Chapter 1287. The purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. He took a while to react to the way Zhou Di addressed him. "Brother Yang, are you here?" "Ha! Brother Ling Tian, you're finally back." Before Zhou Di could respond, a burst of hearty laughter was heard. Following that, a young man appeared not far away. He stood there like a sharp sword. It was Yang Hui, the spirit-profound Emperor Wu. "These two must be my sisters-in-law. Brother Ling Tian, you're so lucky." Soon after, Yang Hui looked at the two women next to Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with amazement. Even though he had lived for half of his life, he had only seen a handful of girls who were as beautiful as them. After Duan Lingtian's introduction, Yang Hui greeted the two girls beside him. They were not surprised as they already knew about each other. "Brother Ling Tian, don't you need to return to Yuhan Emperor Wu's side? After all, they're here on behalf of Yuhan Valley." Yang Hui asked. "No need." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Since he had guessed that Yuhan Emperor Wu was up to something, he naturally would not let the two girls beside him enter the tiger's den again. Moreover, after being separated from the two girls for so many years, he did not want to be separated from them again. He could not wait to hang the two girls on his body. Humph. At the instant Duan Ling Tian shook his head, a cold snort seemed to come from all directions. One could vaguely make out that this was a woman's voice. The voice was filled with anger. Just as Duan Ling Tian frowned, Yang Hui, Li Fei, and Ker's expressions changed. They seemed to have recognized the owner of the voice. Soon, Duan Ling Tian saw a person appear out of thin air not far away. It was a woman. She stood there and gave him a sense of oppression from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, the woman was glaring at him. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife. "It's you who abducted my two personal disciples." At the same time, she took a step forward. With this step, the air in front of the woman was quickly sucked dry. An invisible force gathered together and swept out, heading straight for Duan Lingtian. Boom! Without any hesitation, the origin energy on Duan Lingtian's body skyrocketed and transformed into a five-colored flame before finally condensing into the shape of a sword. In an instant, as Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold, the sword-shaped five-colored flame on his body spilled out as if it had turned into a giant five-colored sword, meeting the invisible force head-on. The invisible power came from the woman. It was not truly formless. Instead, it was the woman who could completely control this power and even conceal it. From this, it could be seen that the woman had not attacked with her full strength. Because once she attacked with her full strength, she would not have the time to conceal the power she displayed when she attacked. "Be careful." Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. By the time he reacted, it was already too late for him to help. He warned sternly as the energy in his body swelled and he swiftly swept towards Duan Lingtian. Bang! Before Yang Hui arrived, Duan Lingtian's full strength, except for the fact that he did not use any spirit weapon, had already collided with the woman's invisible force, creating a loud bang. "Master, please have mercy." It was this loud bang that caused Li Fei and Ker to regain their senses. Horror dawned on their faces as they hastily pleaded with the woman. The woman was none other than the Yuhan Emperor Wu from Yuhan Valley on Cloud Continent. She was also Li Fei and Ker's master in name. However, just as Li Fei and Ker spoke, before the Yuhan Emperor Wu could respond, a powerful force had already swept out in all directions and affected them at the same time. For a moment, they were sent flying dozens of meters away before they managed to stabilize themselves. This enormous force originated from a shockwave. The shockwave originated from the collision between Duan Lingtian's energy and the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy. It continued to spread out in all directions with a powerful force. However, the collision between the two forces finally resulted in a result. As expected of the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. "Unfortunately, you're still no match for me now." Just as Duan Lingtian felt his energy was about to be crushed by the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy, the Yuhan Emperor Wu's voice transmission entered his ears. Before Duan Lingtian could think about it, his energy was completely crushed by the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy. Subsequently, Martial Emperor Yuhan's energy swept through his body like a hot knife through butter. Boom! As expected, Duan Lingtian's body was sent flying. When he was sent flying, Duan Lingtian felt as though he had lost all feeling in his body. Even his consciousness was in a daze and he was unable to wake up for a long time. It was only when his body landed on the ground with a loud bang that Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. At this moment, he could clearly feel the intense pain from the injuries all over his body. It was so painful that he could only grit his teeth. His internal organs were almost shattered. He knew that this was because the Yuhan Emperor Wu had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have died without a doubt. This Yuhan Emperor Wu. He's at least a level 5 Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat as he guessed to himself. Boom! 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 Just when Duan Lingtian was still in shock over the Yuhan Emperor Wu's strength, a loud noise reverberated in his ears. When he lifted his head with some difficulty, he saw Yang Hui standing between him and the Yuhan Emperor Wu. He was protecting him as he fought with the Yuhan Emperor Wu. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had just taken out a royal-grade resurrection pill and consumed it when he realized Yang Hui was at a disadvantage. He had no choice but to take out his spiritual sword. However, even after taking out his spiritual sword, Yang Hui could only fight to a draw with the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Scoundrel! Young master! At this moment, Li Fei and Ke came to Duan Lingtian's side and looked at him worriedly. Ke, in particular, was so anxious that she was tearing up. Not far away, Zhou Di and the group of Ling Xian Peak disciples who heard the commotion were stunned. Who's that woman? She's able to fight to a draw with Lord Emperor Wu who has a spirit weapon without using it. Is she a powerhouse from the Hidden Fog Island? Many people muttered to themselves in a daze. He's the Yuhan Emperor Wu. Zhou Di said with a grave expression. The Yuhan Emperor Wu. The crowd's expression changed drastically when they heard Zhou Di's words. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with the Yuhan Emperor Wu. She was ranked in the top 3 among the Emperor Wu powerhouses who had been famous for many years on the Cloud Continent. Although she was a woman, she was not inferior to a man. Heaven and earth wipeout. Just when most people thought the Yuhan Emperor Wu was going to take out his spirit weapon and defeat Yang Hui, the Yuhan Emperor Wu spoke coldly. Her voice was bone-chilling. As soon as she spoke, the area within 100 meters seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow. Many people with low cultivation base were shivering from the cold. This included the 2 girls, Li Fei and Ke. However, they were no longer affected by the cold as they covered their bodies with origin energy. She actually cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard the Yuhan Emperor Wu's voice and saw the commotion caused by the Yuhan Emperor Wu. He immediately stood up without any hesitation. Huh? Duan Lingtian suddenly stood up as though nothing had happened. It shocked Li Fei and Ke who had been paying attention to him. They clearly saw the extent of Duan Lingtian's injuries earlier. Even if he consumed a grade 1 life recovery pill, he would need a few days to recover. However, he had fully recovered in just a few breaths' time. Of course. The 2 girls were shocked because Duan Lingtian had not told them about the royal grade resurrection pill. Whoosh! After standing up, Duan Lingtian immediately took out his royal grade spirit bow and arrow without any hesitation. He held the bow in one hand and the arrow in the other. 5 colored flames continued to erupt like sharp swords that gathered on his hands. Creak! In an instant, Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring into the shape of a full moon. Strands of 5-colored energy flowed through the bow and arrow into the bowstring that was pulled into the shape of a full moon. For a moment, there were bolts of lightning around the bowstring. They were colorful bolts of lightning. Every time the bolts of lightning moved, it was like a sharp sword that shot out in all directions. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, a whistling sound filled the air. It was the Yuhan Emperor Wu's energy that had transformed into sword rays that were filled with icy cold energy that swept toward Yang Hui. During this process, the sword rays that filled the sky gathered together and transformed into a gigantic sword that was emitting terrifying cold energy. There was a strange gap at the tip of the gigantic sword. Soon, the gigantic sword vibrated and the gap at the tip of the sword was aimed at Yang Hui as though it was aiming. Oh no! Yang Hui's eyes narrowed and his face turned pale. At this moment, he felt that he was not the only one who was locked on. Even the space around him seemed to be locked on by a destructive force. This feeling made him feel hopeless. He could smell the scent of death. Without any hesitation, Yang Hui unleashed all his energy and used the spiritual sword in his hand to increase his strength in an attempt to escape from the force that was locked onto him. However, he soon realized that, no matter how he tried to evade, the force that was locked onto him was still locked onto him. There was no way for him to escape. This crazy woman actually has such a trick up her sleeve. It seems like I, Ling Xian Emperor Wu, am going to die in her hands today. At this moment, Yang Hui realized that he could not escape. He sighed in his heart and felt completely disheartened. Destroy. As the Yuhan Emperor Wu's mouth moved, a small dot of light suddenly appeared at the gap at the tip of the gigantic sword that was aimed at Yang Hui. As soon as the small dot of light appeared, it was as dazzling as the sun. However, unlike the scorching heat of the sun, the small dot of light emitted waves of terrifying cold energy, causing the faces of those below the Emperor Wu realm to change. They felt as though they were naked in a world of ice and snow. Chapter 1288. Heaven and Earth Wipeout. The small specks of light were formed from the strongest sword skill, Heaven and Earth Wipeout, which came with Han Bing's God Sword technique. Once they exploded, they would turn into specks of light that filled the sky and whistled out. Any living thing that came into contact with the light dust would be annihilated. The small light dot contained extreme coldness. Once it exploded, any living thing that came into contact with the light dust would be turned into an ice sculpture. Almost at the same time, the energy from the small light dot's explosion would shatter the ice sculpture. The small light dot was getting brighter and brighter as though it was about to explode. Clang! A heavy sound of a string resonated in the air, causing most of the people present to feel pain in their eardrums. Impossible! Before most of the people could react, Yuhan Emperor Wu's exclamation entered their ears. At the same time, it also attracted their attention. Where's the small light dot? In an instant, many people noticed that the small light dot on the tip of Yuhan Emperor Wu's gigantic sword had disappeared. It was nowhere to be seen. Boom! Although the small light dot had disappeared, the energy from the gigantic sword still landed on Yang Hui's body and sent him flying. Yang Hui was unprepared because he thought he was going to die. Otherwise, he could have blocked the attack. Barf! Yang Hui spat out a mouthful of blood after he was sent flying. His face was pale, and his body was shaking. It was obvious that he was heavily injured. It was only until he took out a healing pill that his pale face regained some color. Bang! At this moment, a deafening explosion came from afar. It was the small light dot that had exploded. With it as the center, the area within a 100-meter radius turned into a white ocean in just a blink of an eye. However, the white ocean soon disappeared with the wind as though it had never appeared. Heaven and Earth Wipeout was gone. It did not kill anyone. At this moment, Duan Lingtian activated the interlinking formation and retrieved the arrow that flew out with the small light dot. At the same time, Yuhan Emperor Wu's gaze finally landed on Duan Lingtian's direction. The black lightning that even she could not capture earlier came from that direction. Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes were looking up and down at Duan Ling Tian when she seemed to have noticed something. Her eyes narrowed abruptly. In the next moment, she lifted her head and looked at the sky. Who are you? Yuhan Emperor Wu seemed to have noticed something at this moment. Yuhan Emperor Wu narrowed her eyes and asked with a grave expression. Initially, Duan Ling Tian thought Martial Emperor Yuhan would realize that he was the one who had attacked earlier. However, he was shocked to find out that Martial Emperor Yuhan was looking at the sky above his head instead of the royal grade spirit archery set in his hand. Based on Yuhan Bing's words, Yuhan Bing's eyes, Duan Ling Tian immediately put away the royal grade spirit bow and arrow in his hand and followed everyone's gaze to look at the sky above his head. There was a person standing there. It was an old man in a fiery red robe. The old man stood there as though he was one with heaven and earth, making it difficult for anyone to notice him. No one knew when the old man had appeared. Due to this reason, everyone, including Duan Ling Tian, had goosebumps. If the old man had intended to sneak an attack, none of them would have survived. Regarding this, they felt somewhat fortunate in their hearts. Who are you? Why are you interfering in the matter between me and them? Yuhan Emperor Wu glared at the red-robed old man and asked in a deep voice. Duan Ling Tian, Li Fei, and Ke were stunned when they heard Yuhan Emperor Wu's words. Yuhan Emperor Wu thought it was the red-robed old man who blocked her heaven and earth wipeout sword skill. The person who blocked her attack was Duan Ling Tian. As the person himself, Duan Ling Tian was naturally aware of this. Li Fei and Ke had been standing next to Duan Ling Tian the entire time. They had seen everything from the moment Duan Ling Tian took out the royal grade spirit bow and arrow to when he drew the bow and shot the arrow at lightning speed. Yuhan Emperor Wu did not manage to see the royal grade spirit bow and arrow in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Otherwise, she would not have misunderstood. Naturally, she had to see it with her own eyes. Otherwise, she would not have believed it. She'd clearly tested Duan Ling Tian's strength earlier, and it was utterly impossible for that little bit of strength to help Yang Hui block the sword skill, heaven and earth wipeout, that she'd executed earlier. However, there was something she did not know. Apart from having a royal grade spirit weapon, Duan Ling Tian had also cultivated the saint grade martial tactic. When he attacked earlier, he had cast the saint grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Although he had just cultivated it not long ago and could only be considered as a beginner, the power it displayed was not something a heaven-ranked advanced martial tactic at the perfection stage could compare to. You. Leave. The red-robed old man merely glanced at Martial Emperor Yuhan, who had a piercing glare in her eyes, and asked in a deep voice. From the beginning until the end, it seemed like he did not take her seriously at all. It seems like you're going to meddle in my business. Yuhan Emperor Wu stared at the red-robed old man with a cold gleam in her eyes as she asked in a deep voice. This time, the red-robed old man ignored her. All right. All right. Since you don't take me seriously, I'd like to see if you have the strength to meddle in my business. When Yuhan Emperor Wu reached the end of her sentence, she was so angry that she laughed. At the same time, she charged toward the red-robed old man. Her speed was so fast that she seemed to have disappeared into thin air before everyone's eyes. In a flash, most of the people thought there would be a fierce battle. They were all looking forward to it. However, what happened next was something no one had expected. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air. Then, it set off a vast shockwave that swept out in all directions. It was so overwhelming that it caused many people with a lower cultivation base to take a few steps back. Not only that, but many of the trees nearby were also uprooted. However, no one was paying attention to this at that moment. They stared at Yuhan Emperor Wu, who was sent flying like an arrow. Disbelief was written all over their faces. In just one blow, Yuhan Emperor Wu was sent flying in a wretched manner. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to the red-robed old man. The red-robed old man stood there with a crimson flame swirling around his body. Around the crimson flame, there were other colors of energy moving rapidly. However, these were only inconspicuous. Who the hell are you? Yuhan Emperor Wu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. After taking a healing elixir, she looked at the red-robed old man again. Her eyes were filled with fear. Just now, she didn't have time to react to what was going on before she was sent flying by the other party. At the moment when her opponent attacked, she felt a force that she could not resist. It landed on her body and sent her flying. I don't want to repeat what I just said. The red-robed old man spoke again. His voice was colder. Yuhan Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically. However, she did not dare to stay any longer. Soon, she looked at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. She was so close to taking away the third reincarnation of Yuhan Emperor Wu. Now, it seemed that she could only find another opportunity. Before she left, Yuhan Emperor Wu glanced at Li Fei and Ke casually. When she saw the hostility in their eyes, she knew they would not leave with her. However, she was not bothered by it. These two girls were her tools to find the third reincarnation of Yuhan Emperor Wu. Now that she had found the third reincarnation of Yuhan Emperor Wu, they were no longer of any use to her. Whoosh! Soon, Yuhan Emperor Wu disappeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After everyone caught their breaths, they looked at the red-robed old man in unison. Thank you, Senior. Yang Hui quickly thanked the red-robed old man. Just like Yuhan Emperor Wu, he did not realize the person who helped them at the critical moment was Duan Lingtian. The other 9 people from Ling Xian Peak, including Zhou Di, were the same as him. In the face of Yang Hui's gratitude, the red-robed old man merely nodded his head nonchalantly. Then, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and the 2 girls beside him before he left. He disappeared without a trace. He came and went like the wind. Expert. That's right. Only such a powerhouse can be called a master. Many Ling Xian Peak disciples exclaimed. They still had lingering fears when they recalled the scene earlier. He used the Saint-grade martial tactic just now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was guessing the identity of the red-robed old man, heard Wang Ba's voice. His voice was filled with certainty. Saint-grade martial tactic. You mean the senior earlier? Duan Lingtian was stunned. That's right. Wang Ba said with certainty, although the Saint-grade martial tactic he used earlier is not as powerful as the one you've cultivated, it's still quite powerful. His ability is actually not much stronger than Yuhan Emperor Wu. However, since he cultivated the Saint-grade martial tactic, he could easily kill Yuhan Emperor Wu in just one blow. Wang Ba continued to praise the Saint-grade martial tactic as he spoke. If Duan Lingtian was still skeptical about the Saint-grade martial tactic in the past, however, he no longer had any doubts at this moment. This was because the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, that he cultivated, had told him how powerful the Saint-grade martial tactic was to a certain extent. It was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. Young master, does it still hurt? Ke looked at Duan Lingtian from top to bottom with concern on her face. Li Fei was even more straightforward. She reached out her hand and touched Duan Lingtian's body, high in the sky, behind the clouds. The red-robed old man didn't leave. He stood there, quietly overlooking the scene below the clouds. We're leaving soon. Are you sure you don't want to see him? The red-robed old man turned his head and looked at the young and beautiful lady who was also dressed in red. Chapter 1289. If I see him, I'm afraid I won't be able to bear to leave. The red-clad lady sighed softly. Her gentle gaze pierced through the clouds and landed on Duan Lingtian. He might not let me leave. Humph. This brat has so many beauties now. I'm afraid he has already forgotten about you. The red-clad old man snorted. The lady smiled. I've finally met his 2 fiancés. They're really as outstanding as he said. No, They're even more outstanding than he said. If you regret it, you can choose to stay. As for the other side, I'll talk to them. The old man suddenly said. If I regret it, they'll think you're making a fool out of them and might even kill you. If you die, they'll still take me away. At that time, it's very likely that he'll be implicated. The lady shook her head. Since the outcome will be the same, there's no need to complicate things. She really wanted to see Duan Lingtian. However, she knew now was not the right time. Elder brother Duan, do you know? Tian Wu has already regained her memory. The lady thought to herself. She was none other than Feng Tian Wu, who had been taken away from Lost Stone Forest on Cloud Continent. The person who took her away was the red-clad old man next to her, Qi Hua. Girl, the Saint Land is like a different world compared to here and Cloud Continent. If you leave, I don't know when you'll see him again. Qi Hua sighed. We'll meet again someday. Feng Tianwu said. She had a strong feeling. Even if she left this time, she would still see this man whom she missed dearly in the future. Let's go. Feng Tianwu said before she seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame. In just a blink of an eye, she swept across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Qi Hua followed closely behind her. Before Feng Tianwu left, a stone tablet fell from the place where she had been standing. It was the stone tablet she had intentionally left behind. This stone tablet was densely carved with ancient and indecipherable words. Most importantly, a corner of the stone tablet was damaged. Whoosh! The speed at which the stone steel fell from the sky was getting faster and faster. It also alarmed Duan Lingtian and the others. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. With a single glance, they saw a stone tablet falling from the sky, causing them to be dumbfounded. What's going on? Rain, snow, and even hail, I've seen it all before. However, this stone tablet, a Ling Xian Peak disciple swallowed hard, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was the first time in his life that he had seen someone descend the stone tablet. Devil Seal Tombstone. While everyone, including Spirit Profound Realm Emperor Wu and Yang Hui, were stunned, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he recognized the stone tablet that fell from the sky. It was the Devil Seal tablet. Humph. Kid, this Devil Seal tombstone is fake. Just as Duan Lingtian was filled with excitement and had no time to wonder why the Devil Seal tablet had fallen from the sky, Wang Ba's voice sounded like a bucket of cold water, causing him to sober up slightly. It's fake. With confusion, Duan Lingtian leaped into the air and caught the Devil Seal tablet. It really is fake. The moment he caught the Devil Seal tablet, he was certain that this Devil Seal tablet was indeed fake. He was no stranger to the Devil Seal tablet. In fact, he clearly remembered the weight of the Devil Seal tablet. The weight of this fake Devil Seal tablet was very different from the real Devil Seal tablet. However, Duan Lingtian did not know this. The fake Devil Seal tablet in his hand was forged by Emperor Wu's direct disciple, Zhou Yi, from Lost Stone Forest without touching the Devil Seal tablet. Naturally, the weight was very different. However, the fake Devil Seal tablet that Zhou Yi forged using the real Devil Seal tablet, the fake Devil Seal tablet that he used to exchange for the real Devil Seal tablet under Emperor Wu's nose, was about the same weight as the real Devil Seal tablet. Since Feng Tianwu had come into contact with the real Devil Seal tablet a long time ago, she did not notice anything wrong when Emperor Wu gave her the fake Devil Seal tablet that Zhou Yi had forged. Crack! As the energy in Duan Lingtian's body surged into the fake Devil Seal tablet, the fake Devil Seal tablet in his hand shattered into pieces and fell from the sky. Whoosh! Almost at the same time when the fake Devil Seal tablet shattered, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and passed through the clouds in the sky in just a blink of an eye, appearing behind the clouds. His heart was filled with questions. Although the Devil Seal tombstone was fake, where did it come from? He did not believe that it had fallen from the sky. Someone must have been here earlier. He left the fake devil seal tablet behind and left on his own. However, what's his intention? Duan Lingtian racked his brains, but he could not figure out what was going on. Brother Lingtian, what happened earlier? At this moment, Yang Hui stepped into the air and appeared next to Duan Lingtian. He asked with a puzzled expression on his face. Li Fei and Ke appeared as well. They looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. I used to have an identical stone tablet. Its amplification ability is comparable to a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon. However, I lost that stone tablet a year ago when I lost my memory. Duan Lingtian said, the stone tablet earlier is fake. It's not the stone tablet I used to have. There's such a thing. Yang Hui was stunned. He was speechless. He could not figure out how such a thing could have happened. Soon after, Yang Hui's face turned grave as though he had recalled something. That crazy woman, Emperor Wu of Yuhan, actually attacked you just because you spent a little more time with my two sisters-in-law. After that, she even tried to kill me. She's crazy. Yang Hui recalled the scene that had just taken place. From the moment Emperor Wu of Yuhan appeared to the moment she attacked Duan Lingtian and severely injured Duan Lingtian to the point of wanting to kill him. Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned slightly unnatural. Only he knew the truth. The reason why Martial Emperor Yuhan acted that way was not because he had abducted her two direct disciples as she had said. Yuhan Emperor Wu of Yuhan's ultimate goal was him. In Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes, he was the third reincarnation of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. To her, he was a valuable treasure. Fortunately, that senior lent me a helping hand. Otherwise, I, Yang Hui, would have been dead. Yang Hui sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. Li Fei and Ke looked at each other when they heard Yang Hui's words. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. They knew very well what had happened earlier. It was their man, Duan Lingtian, who had saved Yang Hui from Yuhan Emperor Wu's evil clutches with his bow and arrow. He had pulled Yang Hui out of the gates of hell. However, they did not take the initiative to tell Yang Hui about this. This was because they knew that if they wanted Yang Hui to know, their man would tell him himself. I wonder who that senior is. Could he be one of the 3 island masters of Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian guessed. No. Yang Hui shook his head. I had the honor of meeting the 3 island masters of Hidden Fog Island once in the past. Although that senior's ability is powerful, I don't think he's at the level of the 3 island masters. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, the technique he used to injure Yuhan Emperor Wu with just one blow should be a martial skill that's above a heaven rank advanced martial skill. Yang Hui's face was solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. A martial skill that's above a heaven rank advanced martial skill. Li Fei and Ke were shocked. They looked confused. It was their first time hearing about such a martial skill. That's right. Yang Hui nodded. His eyes were burning with passion. A martial skill that's above a heaven rank advanced martial skill is also known as a saint grade martial tactic. Apart from the overseas Saint Islands, there are only 2 ancient clans on Cloud Continent that have mastered the saint grade martial tactic. Saint grade martial tactic. With Yang Hui's explanation, Li Fei and Ke learned about how terrifying the saint grade martial tactic was. They were shocked for some reason. Soon after, they looked at each other and seemed to have recalled something. They looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. The scene of Duan Lingtian saving Yang Hui earlier was still vivid in their minds. Scoundrel, what you used earlier. Was that a saint grade martial tactic? Li Fei asked through voice transmission. Ke's voice transmission followed. She was also asking the same question. That's right. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth from the 2 girls. He answered honestly. Scoundrel, can I learn it? Li Fei's voice transmission continued to be transmitted. She seemed to be excited. Although Kerr did not say anything, it could be seen from her hopeful eyes that she was also very interested in the Saint-grade martial tactic. Of course, no problem. When Duan Lingtian replied to Li Fei, he looked at Kerr and said through voice transmission, Kerr, I'll pass the Saint-grade martial tactic to you later. Thank you, young master. When Kerr heard this, she was so excited that her face flushed red. Silly girl. There's no need to thank me between us. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Seeing Duan Lingtian and the other two flirting with each other, Yang Hui felt a little awkward. He left to comfort the Ling Xian Peak disciples. The scene earlier left an indelible mark in the hearts of the Ling Xian Peak disciples. However, although the commotion at the Ling Xian Peak people's residence was huge, it did not alarm the other people on the southern island, such as Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent. Not to mention their subordinates. The reason they were not alarmed was because the Hidden Fog Island had more or less set up some soundproof inscription formations around their residences. The Hidden Fog martial competition will be held tomorrow. Duan Lingtian brought the two girls back to his residence. His eyes gleamed, and his heart was filled with anticipation. After passing the Saint token that contained the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, to the two girls, Duan Lingtian sat with his legs crossed in the small courtyard. The Colossal Aerolite Arrow continued to play in his mind. According to Bastard, my Colossal Aerolite Arrow is only at the rudimentary level. However, the rudimentary Colossal Aerolite Arrow managed to break Chilling Emperor Wu's Heaven and Earth wipeout. At the same time, Duan Lingtian recalled the scene that happened not too long ago. However, although Chilling Emperor Wu has cultivated Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak and can cast Heaven and Earth wipeout, she's not very familiar with the Heaven and Earth wipeout. At most, she's only at the initial stage. Chapter 1290. As someone who had merged with the Reincarnation Emperor Wu's lifelong memories, the Reincarnation Emperor Wu was extremely familiar with the Han Bing's divine sword technique. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with the Han Bing's divine sword technique at all. As soon as the Frosty Emperor Wu made a move, he could easily see through her attainments in the Han Bing's divine sword technique and the Heaven and Earth wipeout with just a glance. Initially, when he passed the Han Bing's divine sword technique to Kerr, he did not think there would be a second person in the world who would know the Han Bing's divine sword technique. However, it did not cross his mind at all. After more than 20,000 years, there was actually someone who cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique like Kerr on the Cloud Continent. Moreover, he had cultivated the Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak. After cultivating the Han Bing's divine sword technique to its peak, if I cultivate the Heaven and Earth wipeout to the perfection stage, I'll be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Frost Emperor Wu. For such a person to fight with someone whose cultivation base and profundity are on par with him. Unless he encounters someone who cultivates a cultivation method or martial tactic from the Dao Martial Saint Land or someone who cultivates the 3 Lives Rebirth technique or the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, he's almost invincible. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. If the Frosty Emperor Wu had cultivated the Heaven and Earth wipeout to the perfection stage, the Colossal Aerolite Arrow that I've mastered now might not be able to break it. Although the Colossal Aerolite Arrow is a Saint-grade martial tactic, I've only grasped the surface of it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment he thought about the terrifying power of the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, Duan Lingtian was filled with motivation to cultivate the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. He had an intuition. If he could cultivate the Colossal Aerolite Arrow to its peak, even with his current cultivation base and profundity, he would be able to easily kill the Frosty Emperor Wu. Bastard, in order to verify his intuition, Duan Lingtian especially asked Wang Ba about it. Soon, he got the answer from Wang Ba. Kid, stop dreaming. Put aside the fact that you're cultivating a human rank prominent Saint-grade martial tactic, even if you're only cultivating a human rank primitive Saint-grade martial tactic. No matter how high your comprehension ability is, you won't be able to cultivate it to its peak without several years of hard work. Wang Ba snorted and said. Of course, if you can really master the colossal aerolite arrow, it'll be easy for you to kill that woman today. In fact, you'll only need one arrow to kill her instantly. A human rank prominent saint-grade martial tactic is not something a human rank primitive saint-grade martial tactic can compare to. Wang Ba continued. With his cultivation base at the first level of the Emperor Wu stage, he would only need one arrow to kill a powerhouse suspected to be at the 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage or above. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Wang Ba's words. He could not help but have a shocked and incredulous expression on his face. According to the Iron Law on Cloud Continent, now that he had unleashed his full strength with the boost from the royal grade spirit weapon, it was impossible for him to compare to the Frosty Emperor Wu, whose cultivation base was at least at the 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage or above. Moreover, even if the Frosty Emperor Wu did not use any spirit weapon or martial skill, he could easily kill him with brute force alone, since he had cultivated all kinds of heaven rank advanced martial skills to the perfection stage. Naturally, this was only the Iron Law on Cloud Continent. The Saint-grade martial tactic was not something from Cloud Continent, so it was enough to break the Iron Law on Cloud Continent. My current strength. My cultivation base is at the 1st level of the Emperor Wu stage, and I've comprehended the 5th level fused profundity and the 5th level Emperor stage sword profundity. Emperor Wu's origin energy at the 1st level of the Emperor Wu stage is equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. Whether it's the 5th level fused profundity or the 5th level Emperor stage sword profundity, each of them is equivalent to the strength of 6 ancient black dragons. In total, it's equivalent to the strength of 14 ancient black dragons. The royal grade spirit weapon can increase one's origin energy by 120%. Once my origin energy is unleashed, it's equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons. In other words, the amplification of my origin energy is equivalent to the strength of 2 ancient black dragons and 4,000 ancient horned dragons. In that case, the strongest strength I can unleash now is equivalent to the strength of 16 ancient black dragons and 4,000 ancient horned dragons. It's less than the strength of 17 ancient black dragons. Duan Lingtian had a clear understanding of the strength he could unleash now. Emperor Wu Yuhan's cultivation base is at least at the 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage. No matter how ordinary a 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouse is, the strength of the profundity he has comprehended is at least the strength of 13 ancient black dragons. In addition to the origin energy that's equivalent to the strength of 7 ancient black dragons, the strength of a 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouse is at least the strength of 20 ancient black dragons. And this is without the use of a spirit weapon. Her strength has already surpassed mine without the use of a spirit weapon. Once she uses a spirit weapon, she'll completely crush me. Of course. Emperor Wu Yulan's strength isn't something an ordinary 5th level of the Emperor Wu stage powerhouse can compare to. Putting everything else aside, based on the strength she displayed without the use of a spirit weapon, based on the lifetime experience in the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memory, it's at least the strength of 23 ancient black dragons. However, the heaven and earth wipeout cast by such a powerful strength was still broken by my colossal aerolite arrow. I feel like the colossal aerolite arrow that I've mastered is so powerful that it can even surpass the strength of 6 to 7 ancient black dragons. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged. Surpass the strength of 6 to 7 ancient black dragons. What kind of concept was that? This is the strength of the colossal aerolite arrow that I've just cultivated. The saint-grade martial tactic is really shocking and surprising. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. This time, my cheapskate father is still quite reliable. He left me such a powerful saint-grade martial tactic. With this saint-grade martial tactic, I'm afraid it won't take long for my strength to be strong enough to roam the Cloud Continent and even the overseas Saint Islands. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence about this. The more he thought about it, the more shocked Duan Lingtian was by the colossal aerolite arrow's power. At the same time, he cultivated even more diligently. He did not rest and conserve his energy just because the Hidden Fog martial competition would be held tomorrow on the Hidden Fog Island. The only thing left in his world was the colossal aerolite arrow. As for Kerr and Li Fei, the two girls, after realizing that they could not fulfill the conditions to cultivate the colossal aerolite arrow for the time being, they continued to cultivate on their own. When dawn shrouded the entire Hidden Fog Island, the peace was broken. The entire Hidden Fog Island began to bustle with noise and excitement. This was because the Hidden Fog Martial Competition would be held on the Hidden Fog Island today. Many people had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Considering the terrifying destructive power of the powerhouses who participated in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, the competition was not held on the Hidden Fog Island. Instead, it was held on the sea thousands of miles north of the Hidden Fog Island. At the same time, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island personally took the role of host. The three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island were the masters of the entire Hidden Fog Island. Rumor had it that they were the three most powerful existences on the Hidden Fog Island. As for whether their abilities were really that powerful, very few people could say for sure because very few people had seen them fight before. However, as the saying went, there is no smoke without fire. Be it the people of the Hidden Fog Island or the outsiders, very few people doubted the abilities of the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. The reason why it was said that very few people doubted the abilities of the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. Among these people, some of them were so confident that they went to the East Island of the Hidden Fog Island with the intention of challenging the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. According to them, they wanted to expose the disguise of the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island so that the world would know that they were just people who deceived the world. One by one, they rushed to the East Island of the Hidden Fog Island to challenge the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. Nobody knew what the outcome was. However, everyone was sure of one thing. The people who went to the East Island of the Hidden Fog Island never saw them again. It was as if they had completely disappeared from the face of the earth. As more and more people disappeared, fewer and fewer people dared to challenge the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. In the end, very few people dared to doubt the abilities of the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. This was because most people guessed that the disappearance of those people had something to do with the three island masters of the Hidden Fog Island. Many people even felt that it was very possible that they had been killed by the three island masters when they were fighting. If that was the case, everything could be explained. This was because the Hidden Fog Martial Competition was held on the surface of the sea and there were no restrictions on who could and could not attend. Therefore, almost everyone from the Hidden Fog Island had come. Regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, all of them came. The young ones who could not fly were carried by the older ones. The old ones who could not fly were carried by the strong ones. All in all, the Hidden Fog Martial Competition that day shook the entire Hidden Fog Island. It even caused all the shops in the Hidden Fog City to close their doors. The Hidden Fog City that was initially bustling with people was suddenly devoid of people. It was as if it had become a ghost town overnight. Early in the morning, the sky above the sea where the Hidden Fog Martial Competition was being held was filled with people. All of them were waiting for the Hidden Fog Martial Competition to begin. They're here. They're here. As an Emperor Wu powerhouse appeared with 10 of his disciples, the crowd above the sea was stirred. All of them were extremely excited as though they were the ones who were going to participate in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent appeared one after another. 10 people followed behind them. Yuhan, you're here early. An Emperor Wu powerhouse greeted Emperor Wu Yuhan who had just arrived. Lei Ming, long time no see. Emperor Wu Yuhan responded faintly. He seemed to be a little bored. Chapter 1291. Among the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent, both Thunder Emperor Wu and Yuhan Emperor Wu were in the top 3 in terms of ability. Both of them were on par with each other. They were ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively. Even they themselves could not say who was ranked 2nd because they were not confident that they could defeat each other even if they were to fight each other. Above the two of them, only one martial emperor could defeat them. Of course, this was only referring to Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. It did not include all the Demon Emperor powerhouses on Cloud Continent. Because of this, be it Yuhan Emperor Wu or Thunder Emperor Wu, they had always been at odds with each other. They were not even considered passers-by, let alone friends. Naturally, Martial Emperor Lei Ming was not that naive to take the initiative to greet Martial Emperor Yuhan. Yuhan, you only brought 8 Yuhan Valley's disciples. It seems like there's no one else in Yuhan Valley, what a pity. Could it be that Yuhan Valley's legacy is going downhill in your generation? Thunder Emperor Wu glanced behind Yuhan Emperor Wu unintentionally and pretended to be surprised as he exclaimed. Yuhan Emperor Wu seemed to be mentally prepared for this and did not show any dissatisfaction. Behind her, the group of Yuhan Valley's disciples led by her most powerful direct disciple, Su Rong, was glaring at Thunder Emperor Wu angrily. Yuhan, it seems like Yuhan Valley's rules are not that great. Not only did such a big group of female disciples not greet me when they saw me as an elder, but they even dared to. Thunder Emperor Wu interrupted himself and chuckled. Greetings, Junior Aunt Yuhan. Almost as soon as Emperor Wu was done speaking, the 10 Thundercloud Peak's disciples behind Thunder Emperor Wu bowed to Yuhan Emperor Wu in unison. He seemed very polite. The 8 Yuhan Valley disciples' faces darkened. What the people of Thundercloud Peak did was undoubtedly a slap to their faces and to Yuhan Valley's face. Humph. No matter how strong Martial Emperor Yuhan's willpower was, she could not help but snort in anger when she was mocked by Martial Emperor Lei Ming over and over again. Coupled with the strange gazes that were directed at her from the surroundings. Of course, if it was the previous Yuhan Emperor Wu, he might have been able to endure a little longer. But the problem was that Emperor Wu of Yuhan had just suffered a loss in a certain place yesterday, so until now, he was still in a bad mood. It was inevitable that he would be a little angry. Seeing that the Yuhan Emperor Wu was leaving with the 8 Yuhan Valley disciples, the Thunder Emperor Wu finally smiled from the bottom of his heart. It was a smile of victory. He and Yuhan Emperor Wu of Yuhan had been fighting for more than 10 years. Until now, neither of them could do anything to the other. Today, to him, it was undoubtedly something to be happy about that he was able to defeat Yuhan Emperor Wu verbally in such an occasion. Let's go. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Thunder Emperor Wu ordered the 10 Thundercloud Peak disciples behind him to continue forward and look for a suitable place to settle down. Behind him, a man and a woman followed closely behind. It was a young man and a young woman. Behind them, there were 8 people following behind them. The 8 of them were either young men, middle-aged men, or old men in their 70s. He's Thunder Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent. I've heard of him. He's the master of Cloud Continent's Thundercloud Peak. He's ranked in the top 3 among the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. You only realized it now. It seems like you don't know that the woman who was arguing with him earlier is the master of Yuhan Valley on Cloud Continent, Yuhan Emperor Wu. She's as famous as him. That woman is Yuhan Emperor Wu. She's known as the female peak powerhouse on Cloud Continent. When Thunder Emperor Wu and the rest moved again to look for a suitable place to settle down, many of the Hidden Fog Islands people who were watching were discussing among themselves. Their voices were filled with admiration. Of course, they were mostly admiring Yuhan Emperor Wu's power. It did not matter if it was on Hidden Fog Island or Cloud Continent. Women, in general, were much worse than men. It was difficult for men to cultivate to Emperor Wu's level, let alone a woman like her. Therefore, compared to Thunder Emperor Wu, they admired this female Emperor Wu more. She was merely a woman, but she was so powerful that she could be ranked in the top 3 among the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. It was truly shocking. As the group of Hidden Fog Islands people whispered and discussed among themselves, Martial Emperor Lei Ming's face turned grave when he heard every word that they said. Now, there were even people who said that he, a man, was no match for a woman. Although he had lived for half his life, he still felt humiliated and angry. He really couldn't refute this point. It was not only because of the gender difference, but he was also a few years older than Yuhan Emperor Wu in terms of age. Senior sister Bai, you're the only one who can avenge Master from this humiliation. The tall young man who was following closely behind Thunder Emperor Wu, who was Zhou Yi, said to the young woman next to him after hearing the people's whispers. The young woman was Thunder Emperor Wu's first direct disciple, Lan Bai. She was also a female Emperor Wu powerhouse like Yuhan Emperor Wu. Naturally, it was impossible for Lan Bai's current strength to be on par with Yuhan Emperor Wu's. However, she had the advantage of being young. She might have a chance to surpass Yuhan Emperor Wu in the future. Yuhan Emperor Wu. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Lan Bai immediately looked at the woman's back in the distance. Her eyes gleamed brightly. She had become a disciple of Thunder Emperor Wu earlier than Zhou Yi. Therefore, she could empathize with the people's whispers. It was just as Zhou Yi had said. She was the only one who could avenge her master from this humiliation. As long as she could defeat Yuhan Emperor Wu and become a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent and the overseas Saint Islands, she would be able to redeem her master's dignity. At that time, nobody would say that her master was inferior to a woman. They would only say that her master's female disciple would be able to defeat Yuhan Emperor Wu. At that time, the difference between her master and Yuhan Emperor Wu would be obvious. Although Zhou Yi was speaking softly to Lan Bai, Thunder Emperor Wu's hearing was extremely sharp. Naturally, he heard everything clearly. At once, the frustration in his heart disappeared and was replaced by relief. Zhou Yi is a good kid. Not only is he low-key and humble, but he's also considerate of me. It's not a waste of my life to have a direct disciple like him and The more Thunder Emperor Wu thought about it, the more relieved he felt. Zhou Yi. Just when Thunder Emperor Wu was feeling happy, a thunderous roar reverberated in the air. It stunned Thunder Emperor Wu, and his face turned grave. Just by listening to the voice without seeing the person, he could tell that the person did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the person was targeting his direct disciple, Zhou Yi. When he turned around, he saw a rather familiar figure leading 10 people in a grandiose manner. The person who roared earlier was the leader. Emperor Wu, Shi. With just a glance, Thunder Emperor Wu recognized the leader. It was the owner of Cloud Continent's Lost Stone Forest, Emperor Wu, Shi. As an Emperor Wu powerhouse on Cloud Continent, he had seen Emperor Wu a few times. During those few times, Emperor Wu was humble in front of him. However, today, he was so aggressive that he did not take him seriously at all. At once, Thunder Emperor Wu could only feel the anger brewing in his chest. It was about to burst out at any moment. Emperor Wu did not expect this at all. He had brought his 10 disciples to the Hidden Fog Island to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. However, he had encountered the traitor, Zhou Yi. Although he could only see the back of the figure from afar, he immediately recognized that the owner of the figure was Zhou Yi. The direct disciple that he had once thought highly of but had betrayed him in the end. At once, Emperor Wu glared at Zhou Yi with fire in his eyes. At this moment, it was as though Zhou Yi was the only person left in his world. Even Martial Emperor Lei Ming, who was walking in front of Zhou Yi and had turned around when he heard Zhou Yi's shout, was completely ignored by him. Junior brother Zhou Yi. He seems to be Emperor Wu from Lost Stone Forest. Did you offend him? Lan Bai, who was walking side by side with Zhou Yi, recognized Emperor Wu the moment she turned around with Zhou Yi. As the most favored direct disciple under Thunder Emperor Wu, she often traveled with Thunder Emperor Wu. She had seen Emperor Wu once before, so she could recognize him. Fear flashed through the depth of Zhou Yi's eyes as he looked at Emperor Wu, who was glaring at him furiously and would attack him at any time. However, this frightening ray of light disappeared in the blink of an eye. It was replaced by calmness. At this moment, Zhou Yi had completely calmed down. He looked at Emperor Wu calmly in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. So, it's Senior Shi. Zhou Yi nodded at Martial Emperor Shi and greeted him nonchalantly. Senior Shi. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Emperor Wu was stunned. The few Lost Stone Forest's disciples who knew Zhou Yi behind him were stunned as well. Soon after, Emperor Wu snapped back to his senses. In his opinion, it was obvious that Zhou Yi had nothing to fear since he dared to be so calm in front of him. At this moment, Emperor Wu shifted his gaze away from Zhou Yi and looked around him. It was as though he was trying to find out why Zhou Yi was so confident in front of him. Thunder. Thunder Emperor Wu. With just a glance, he saw Martial Emperor Lei Ming who was standing behind Zhou Yi. At that moment, he realized why Zhou Yi was still so calm after seeing him. Zhou Yi, you're really something. You've just betrayed Lost Stone Forest and you've already found another backer. After taking a deep breath, Emperor Wu looked at Zhou Yi again and mocked him. Betrayed Lost Stone Forest? The moment Emperor Wu's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Even the 9 Thundercloud Peak's disciples, including Lan Bai, looked at Zhou Yi with confusion in their eyes. Chapter 1292. Apart from the group of Thundercloud Peak disciples, even the master of Thundercloud Peak, Thunder Emperor Wu, was looking at Zhou Yi as though he wanted to confirm if Emperor Wu Shi was telling the truth. His instincts told him that everything that Emperor Wu Shi said might be true. What? You don't dare to admit that you betrayed the Lost Stone Forest? When Emperor Wu saw that Zhou Yi seemed to be ignoring him, he smirked. At the same time, he looked at Thunder Emperor Wu and said with a solemn expression, Thunder Emperor Wu, although I don't know why a traitor from the Lost Stone Forest would come to your Thundercloud Peak, I still have to remind you. Zhou Yi is not worthy of your trust nor is he worthy of your protection. If he can betray the Lost Stone Forest, he can betray your Thundercloud Peak as well. At this moment, Emperor Wu was almost certain. Zhou Yi had become a Thundercloud Peak disciple and was protected by Thunder Emperor Wu. He knew very well. Thunder Emperor Wu's ability was not something he could compare to. If he wanted to punish the traitor Zhou Yi under Thunder Emperor Wu's nose and take back the mysterious stone tablet that Zhou Yi had secretly swapped, he could only use his wits and not his strength. Betrayed the Lost Stone Forest? The moment Emperor Wu's words left his mouth, before Thunder Emperor Wu could respond, Zhou Yi had already made his move. He lifted his head slowly and glanced at Emperor Wu nonchalantly before he said, I admit that I was once Emperor Wu's direct disciple. However, I left the Lost Stone Forest. Are you sure it's because I betrayed you and not because you can't tolerate me? I can't tolerate you. Emperor Wu, who was stunned by Zhou Yi's words, snapped back to his senses and sneered. However, when Martial Emperor Shi opened his mouth and was about to say something, he abruptly shut his mouth in an obedient manner. The cold smile on his face completely froze at this moment. All of this was because a voice transmission had sounded out by his ear. Shi, if you dare to call me a traitor of Lost Stone Forest again, I'll hand that stone tablet over to Emperor Wu. At that time, it'll be even more difficult for you to take the stone tablet back. The voice transmission that entered Emperor Wu's ears came from Zhou Yi. Threats. It was a blatant threat. With just a few words, Zhou Yi had completely shut up Emperor Wu's mouth. As the saying goes, hit the snake where it hurts. What Zhou Yi was doing now was no different from that. Naturally, the reason why Zhou Yi's threat was so effective was because Emperor Wu still had not given up on the stone tablet that he had secretly replaced. He knew that Emperor Wu's greatest goal wasn't to punish him, the traitor, but the stone steel. Compared to the stone tablet, a traitor like him was not worth mentioning. You unfilial disciple. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's threat, Emperor Wu was so angry that he felt like he was about to explode. However, he only dared to scold Zhou Yi through voice transmission. He was really worried that Zhou Yi would hand the stone tablet over to Emperor Wu of Thunder. If the stone tablet was in Zhou Yi's hands, there was still hope for him to snatch it back. However, if it was in the hands of Emperor Wu of Thunder, there was almost no hope for him to snatch it back. After weighing the pros and cons, he naturally hoped that the stone tablet would remain in Zhou Yi's hands instead of the Thunder Emperor Wu's. As for whether the stone tablet was still in Zhou Yi's hands, he did not doubt it at all. With Zhou Yi's greed, it was impossible for him to hand the stone tablet over to someone else unless he was facing a life and death crisis. Why? Can't say anything. Are you in the wrong? Zhou Yi said with a mocking smile when he saw Martial Emperor Shi Qi, who was rendered speechless by Zhou Yi's words. Zhou Yi, what's going on? At this moment, Emperor Wu of Thunder finally spoke. His voice was solemn, and there was no emotion in it at all. Master, it's true that I was a disciple of Lost Stone Forest in the past. Moreover, I was Emperor Wu's direct disciple. However, I left Lost Stone Forest after my sister was raped and killed by him. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth as he spoke to Emperor Wu of Thunder. Emperor Wu of Thunder framed me as a traitor of Lost Stone Forest in order to get rid of the root of the problem. When Zhou Yi reached the end of his sentence, tears began to roll down his face that was filled with grief and indignation. Whoosh! The moment Zhou Yi's words left his mouth, the entire place was in an uproar. Almost everyone, including the Lost Stone Forest's disciples, shifted their attention to Martial Emperor Shi Qi in unison. There were looks of disdain, mockery, and anger. Although some of the disciples of Lost Stone Forest had heard about Zhou Yi's betrayal of Lost Stone Forest, they did not know the reason behind it. To them, it was a mystery that was difficult to solve. However, the mystery seemed to have been revealed today. Emperor Wu of Cloud Continent is a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse after all. I can't believe he's capable of doing such a thing. How infuriating. That's right. He even killed the family of his direct disciple. Is there anything he won't do? Back then, I thought about joining Lost Stone Forest and becoming Emperor Wu's disciple. Now that I think about it, it's fortunate that I made a different choice back then. Compared to Zhou Yi, your choice is the right one. Whether it was the people from Hidden Fog Island or the group of Emperor Wu's disciples from Cloud Continent, all of them looked at Emperor Wu of disdain as they whispered among themselves. Their gazes were filled with disdain. At this moment, even the 10 Lost Stone Forest's disciples behind Emperor Wu felt ashamed and resentful. If they were not worried that Emperor Wu would attack them, they would have run as far away as they could from Emperor Wu and acted as if they did not know him. Led by Lan Bai, many of the Thundercloud Peak's disciples looked at Emperor Wu angrily as they sympathized with Zhou Yi. Martial Emperor Shi Qi's expression was extremely unsightly. Never had he imagined that Zhou Yi would accuse him in such a way and frame him. It caused him to feel a wave of grievance, and he wished for nothing more than to tell the entire sequence of events so that the truth would be revealed to the world. However, could he do that? Once he did that, it would undoubtedly force Zhou Yi into a corner, and the mysterious stone tablet would most likely fall into the hands of Martial Emperor Lei Ming. That was not the ending he wanted. Emperor Wu did not refute Zhou Yi's accusation and the crowd's mockery. At this moment, the crowd believed Zhou Yi's words even more. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort that sounded like an explosion resonated in the air. It was so loud that it hurt everyone's eardrums. Just when the crowd snapped back to their senses and looked in the direction of the sound to see who had snorted, bang! A loud bang resonated in the air, followed by a vast shockwave that swept out and attracted everyone's attention. Subsequently, most of them noticed that Emperor Wu had disappeared. Only a few people with a higher cultivation base could clearly see that Emperor Wu did not disappear. Instead, he was sent flying by a powerful force and was severely injured. These people were also the first to react as they looked at Martial Emperor Lei Ming. Somehow, Martial Emperor Lei Ming was already standing in front of Zhou Yi. He was the one who had attacked earlier. He had always been satisfied with Zhou Yi as his direct disciple. However, today, someone had framed Zhou Yi, causing him to doubt Zhou Yi's character. At this moment, he was filled with rage. In his rage, he immediately attacked Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu, I don't want to see you again. If you dare to appear before me in the span of 3 breaths, I'll definitely kill you. Just when most of the people regained their senses and shifted their gazes to Martial Emperor Lei Ming, Martial Emperor Lei Ming spoke at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. His tone was firm and filled with a terrifying ruthlessness. At this moment, Emperor Wu, who had just consumed the healing pill, had a drastic change of expression. He did not wait for his injuries to heal before he quickly fled. His speed was even faster than lightning. He did not look like someone who had just been injured. At this moment, the vast sea regained its calm. The group of Emperor Wu's disciples from Lost Stone Forest looked at each other. They did not know if they should leave or not. They were stuck in a dilemma. On the other side. Today was the day of the Hidden Fog martial competition held by the Hidden Fog Island. Since Duan Lingtian was fully immersed in comprehending the Saint-grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, he had yet to regain his senses. For this reason, the group of people from Ling Xian Peak departed a little later to wait for him. Whoosh! 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 The group of people from Ling Xian Peak was led by Emperor Wu, Yang Hui. Duan Lingtian brought the 2 girls and walked side by side with Yang Hui. They attracted a lot of attention along the way. Of course, most of his attention was attracted by the 2 little girls. Brother Ling Tian, the Hidden Fog Island has invested a lot in the Hidden Fog martial competition this time. The person who obtains the first place in the Hidden Fog martial competition will receive 10 Saint Stones. Yang Hui told Duan Lingtian along the way. 10 Saint Stones. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up right away. He was interested in the Hidden Fog martial competition on the Hidden Fog Island because he was interested in the Saint Stones. The Saint Stones could help him elevate his cultivation base. Now that his cultivation base had entered the Emperor Wu stage and the medicinal efficacy of the rebirth pill had been depleted, it was difficult for him to cultivate even though his innate talent had already reached the pinnacle of Cloud Continent. However, everything would be different with the Saint Stones. His cultivation base would increase rapidly, and he would advance by leaps and bounds. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the group entered the ocean and headed to the north of the Hidden Fog Island. That was where the Hidden Fog martial competition was held. It was also their destination. Huh! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as though he had noticed something. In the distance, a silhouette was dashing toward them at an extremely fast speed. It was getting closer and closer. When the person got closer, Duan Lingtian's face turned grave. Emperor Wu, Shi Qi. Chapter 1293. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized Shi Qi Emperor Wu. However, at the moment he recognized Shi Qi Emperor Wu had already passed by them from afar. The people from Ling Xian Peak, including Spirit Profound Emperor Wu and Yang Hui, did not have time to react. In his haste, Yang Hui did not recognize Shi Qi Emperor Wu and continued to talk to Duan Lingtian. You guys go first. I still have something to do, I'll catch up with you guys later. Duan Lingtian said to Yang Hui and the 2 girls. Then, without waiting for their reply, he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared before everyone's eyes except for Yang Hui. Yang Hui frowned slightly. Just as he was about to turn around to look at Duan Lingtian who was walking back, he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian had asked him to go first again. At that moment, Yang Hui could vaguely sense that Duan Lingtian's problem was not as simple as it seemed. Although he did not know what was going on, he was certain of one thing. Duan Lingtian wanted to solve it himself and did not want to rely on others. After catching his breath, Yang Hui called out to Li Fei and Ke before he ordered the group of Ling Xian Peak disciples to continue on their way. At that moment, Li Fei and Ke also received Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. The second reminder from Duan Lingtian made them feel relieved. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian first said that, they did not feel confident at all. Now that Duan Ling Tian had revealed everything to them, they felt relieved and didn't have to worry about him any longer. When Yang Hui, Li Fei, Ke, and the others left, Duan Ling Tian followed behind Shiqi Emperor Wu. Flying at full speed, his speed was faster than Emperor Wu. Duan Ling Tian was getting closer and closer to Shiqi Emperor Wu. With Duan Lingtian's current ability, Shiqi Emperor Wu was no match for him regardless of his spirit weapon. After all, Shiqi Emperor Wu was only at the 4th level Emperor Wu stage. Unlike Duan Lingtian who relied on his own comprehension of profundity, apart from profundity, Shiqi Emperor Wu relied on his origin energy as well. It was an important part of the strongest power he could unleash. If both of them were to use spirit weapons, Duan Lingtian would not have much confidence in defeating Shiqi Emperor Wu unless he used the colossal aerolite arrow. At this moment, Shiqi Emperor Wu was fleeing for his life, but he did not use his spirit weapon. Although Duan Lingtian did not use his spirit weapon as well, the strength he unleashed without his spirit weapon was much stronger. Therefore, his speed was much faster than Shiqi Emperor Wu. If this continues, it'll take me some time to catch up to him. Duan Lingtian who was flying forward frowned. He seemed to be dissatisfied with his current speed. Since he was dissatisfied, he would think of a way to solve it. Since he had decided to do it, Duan Lingtian suddenly stretched his hands forward. A moment later, a strong black bow appeared in his left hand. The bowstring on the strong bow looked extraordinary. There was an arrow in his right hand. It was a pitch-black arrow. It was the royal grade spirit weapon bow that he had refined not long ago. He bent his waist, knocked the arrow, and released the bowstring. It was not a complicated action, but Duan Lingtian did it effortlessly. Along with the loosening of the bowstring in Duan Lingtian's hand, the arrow that was pitch black like ink seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning that swiftly shot out, and its speed was ridiculously fast. Naturally, this was only the speed at the beginning. The speed of the arrow needed some time to increase. At the instant the arrow was shot out, at the critical moment, Duan Lingtian finally moved. His entire body shot out like a cannonball, and the direction he shot out was precisely the direction the arrow flew out from. Since the arrow had just begun to accelerate, its speed was not considered fast. Therefore, Duan Lingtian caught up with it easily. After catching up to the arrow, Duan Lingtian did not put it away. Instead, he landed steadily on its body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's feet seemed to have taken root on the arrow. It was difficult for him to move at all. Whoosh! The arrow was still accelerating, but it was bringing Duan Lingtian along with it. It was getting faster and faster. Unknowingly, a 5-colored light shield quietly appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. It was Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill, 9 Dragons Protection, that blocked the strong wind that was coming at him head-on. He stood on the arrow and accelerated along with it. During the acceleration process, every strong wind that blew at Duan Lingtian was as sharp as a blade. Without a defensive martial skill, there was no way for him to block it. Not long after, Duan Lingtian who was chasing after Emperor Wu easily caught up to Emperor Wu with the help of the arrow's speed. Not only did he catch up to Emperor Wu, but he even surpassed him. Thunder Emperor Wu. When he heard a whistling sound pass by him, surpass him, and arrive in front of him, blocking his path, Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically before he could focus his eyes to look. He only thought that it was Thunder Emperor Wu who went back on his word and caught up to him to kill him. However, as he hurriedly stopped, he realized that the person in front of him was not Thunder Emperor Wu, but someone else. It's you. Looking at the purple-clothed young man in front of him, Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically as if he had seen a ghost. It seems that Emperor Wu still remembers me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already put away the arrow under his feet and stood in the air. He calmly looked at Emperor Wu and said calmly, "It's really my honor." As he spoke, Duan Lingtian's tone was mixed with a bit of sarcasm. Emperor Wu's mouth twitched when he heard that. How could he forget the purple-clothed young man in front of him? The battle more than a year ago was still vivid in his mind. The other party was evenly matched with him when he cast a secret technique using a stone tablet. In the end, the other party even displayed a strength that was even more powerful than his. It was fortunate that the other party had lost his mind. Otherwise, he might have turned into a pile of dirt on Cloud Continent. The first thing Emperor Wu did when he saw Duan Lingtian appearing before him was to observe his surroundings. He wanted to confirm one thing. He wanted to confirm if the two young ladies who came to his lost stone forest and caused a ruckus were still there. Even the weaker one of the two young ladies was far from being a match for him. Is Tian Wu still in your lost stone forest? Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know about Emperor Wu's thoughts. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he asked in a deep voice. A wave of heartache and worry rose in his heart when he thought about Feng Tianwu. At that time, he had lost his mind before he could save Feng Tianwu and leave the lost stone forest. According to Wang Ba, he had lost his mind. After he lost his rationality, he directly left Lost Stone Forest and left Feng Tianwu there. Tianwu was willing to go to the Lost Stone Forest for his sect, but he had left her behind at the critical moment. Although it was because he had lost his mind, his heart was still filled with guilt. The moment he saw Emperor Wu, he did not think about the Devil Seal tablet that he had lost. Instead, he thought about Feng Tianwu. I can't believe your ability has improved so much in this 1 year. With the help of the spirit weapon, your speed is even faster than mine without the help of the spirit weapon. Emperor Wu did not reply to Duan Lingtian. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he lamented in a cold voice. Killing intent shot out from the depth of his eyes. He had confirmed one thing from the purple-clothed young man's question. He had not seen the yellow-clad young lady and the white-clad little girl. Otherwise, it was impossible that he did not know about Feng Tianwu's whereabouts. He had told the two ladies that he could not afford to offend about Feng Tianwu's whereabouts. I'm asking you, is Tianwu still in the Lost Stone Forest? Duan Lingtian, who was ignored by Emperor Wu, spoke in a deep voice, if anything happens to Tianwu, I, Duan Lingtian, will annihilate the entire Lost Stone Forest. The moment his words left his mouth, Duan Lingtian's purple robe fluttered in the wind. At the same time, he tightened his grip on the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set. Around his body, streaks of 5-colored lightning flashed, as if they had transformed into countless electric snakes that rapidly moved around him. Just a glance was enough to dazzle anyone. Annihilate the entire Lost Stone Forest. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Emperor Wu was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. His laughter was filled with disdain. You? If Duan Lingtian had the yellow-clad young lady or the white-clad little girl by his side, perhaps he would be slightly fearful. However, he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian at all, even if he had the help of his spirit weapon and possessed a shocking speed. After all, his opponent no longer had the mysterious stone tablet to rely on. As soon as Emperor Wu was done speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed fiercely like an electric snake. At the same time, his hands moved at lightning speed. He raised the bow, nocked the arrow, and pulled the string to the maximum. The entire process was done in one go. 5-colored flames instantly soared and spread around Duan Lingtian's body. When it gathered on the Royal Grade Spirit Archery set in his hand, more flames gathered at the tip of the arrow. The energy became more and more condensed. In the end, it seemed to have transformed into a small scorching sun that was dazzling and eye-catching. A terrifying aura filled the air. At this moment, the smile on Emperor Wu's face had disappeared. A 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. It was his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon long spear. As the long spear shook, energy swept around his body. The energy seemed to have transformed into pythons that were moving rapidly around the long spear. It's good to be confident. However, it's not good to be confident to the point of being arrogant. You managed to escape that day, but you won't be so lucky today. Emperor Wu had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. He had to kill him. If he did not kill him, would he not be dead when Duan Lingtian encountered the two young ladies? His heart shuddered when he recalled the yellow-clad young lady and the white-clad little girl. If it was possible, he hoped that he would never see them again in his life. You want to kill me? Let's see how strong you are, Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian sneered. As soon as his words left his mouth, a loud buzz reverberated in the air. It caused the air to tremble and ripples spread out like water. It was the loud sound of the bowstring on Duan Lingtian's bow. Chapter 1294. Colossal Aerolite Arrow. In the blink of an eye, the arrow in Duan Lingtian's hand shot out. It was so fast that Emperor Wu could not react in time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Humph! The sound of the arrow piercing through the air, the sound of the arrow piercing through the body, and a groan of pain were heard almost at the same time. Emperor Wu's hand that was holding the spear was pierced through before he could react. Only a hideous bloody hole was left, and blood kept spurting out of it. His arm bone was broken by the arrow. Whoosh! 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 Just as Emperor Wu's expression changed drastically, and he was shocked by the speed and power of Duan Lingtian's arrow, Duan Lingtian shot out another 3 arrows consecutively. The arrow was still the same arrow. It was shot out 4 times, and it returned to Duan Lingtian's hand 4 times. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! 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 On the other hand, Martial Emperor Shi Qi's other arm and both of his legs had a terrifying bloody hole on each of them. At this moment, Martial Emperor Shi Qi's face turned ghastly pale immediately. You, when he looked at Duan Lingtian with a painful expression, his eyes were filled with fear. He did not expect the purple-clothed young man in front of him to become so strong after more than a year. Without the mysterious stone tablet as a support, his strength had already surpassed him. Just now, when Duan Lingtian shot the first arrow, he did not have time to react before he was shot. After that, Duan Lingtian shot out 3 more arrows. Although he chose to dodge at the first moment, the arrows shot by Duan Lingtian seemed to have eyes. They pierced through both his arms and legs, and the arrows shattered his bones. Such a powerful and terrifying archery skill made him feel fear from the bottom of his heart. He knew. The purple-clothed young man in front of him was not the purple-clothed young man from more than a year ago. He was far from being a match for him. How did you become so strong? It's only been more than a year. While Emperor Wu was terrified, he was filled with dissatisfaction. A year ago, Duan Lingtian did not use the stone tablet to activate his secret skill, and he was like an ant in front of him. However, today, Duan Lingtian defeated him with his own strength. It made him feel like he had lived half his life in vain. I'll ask you one last time. Is Tian Wu still in your lost stone forest? Duan Lingtian ignored Emperor Wu's eyes. His eyes were cold as he asked his question. His eyes. He made a decision in his heart. If Martial Emperor Shi Qi still refused to cooperate, he would not hold back anymore. She's not. This time, the moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Martial Emperor Shi Qi had already answered in a panic. He was completely terrified after witnessing Duan Lingtian's current strength. She's not here. Duan Lingtian had a cold expression on his face. The energy in his body rose again. 5-colored lightning began to dance around the bow in his left hand and the arrow in his right hand. They emitted a terrifying aura. Qi Hua took her away. Emperor Wu's body trembled as he answered in a panic. He no longer looked like a powerhouse like Emperor Wu. He looked like a pitiful person who was struggling to survive. Qi Hua. Duan Lingtian frowned. Qi Hua is the first revered elder of the Hidden Fog Island. His position in the Hidden Fog Island is only below the 3 island masters. Back then, he came to my lost stone forest as the Hidden Fog Island's messenger to deliver the news that the Hidden Fog martial competition would be held in advance. Emperor Wu said, at that time, he took a fancy to your confidant's talent and took her away. If I'm not mistaken, your confidant should be in the Hidden Fog Island now. Tian Wu is in the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Emperor Wu's words. He asked in a deep voice, is what you said true? If you don't believe me, I'm willing to swear on the 99 heavenly tribulation that I'll be struck to death by the lightning punishment if I'm lying. Emperor Wu said. Duan Lingtian finally believed Emperor Wu's words. He sighed in relief. This meant Tian Wu was fine. Moreover, as long as Tian Wu was in the Hidden Fog Island, he believed they would meet soon. This was good news to him. However, I haven't told Kerr and Little Fei about Tian Wu. Kerr is fine. I wonder if Little Fei will be angry. Duan Lingtian felt a headache when he thought about Li Fei, who was jealous. He knew very well how Tian Wu felt about him. After so many years of being together, he had developed feelings for Tian Wu. Unknowingly, he realized that Tian Wu's position in his heart was already on par with Ku Er and Li Fei, and each of them occupied a place. Martial Emperor Shi Qi hovered in the air at the side. After consuming the healing medicinal pill, his injuries had recovered slightly. However, it would take some time for his pierced limbs to heal completely. After all, the healing pill in his hand was only a grade 1 life recovery pill. If he had Duan Lingtian's royal grade resurrection pill, he would be able to heal his injuries completely in just a blink of an eye. Although his injuries had healed slightly, Emperor Wu did not dare to leave. Emperor Wu had a complicated expression in his eyes as he looked at the purple-clad young man. His heart was filled with dread. A year ago, this purple-clad young man had to rely on the mysterious stone tablet to activate his secret method before he could fight with him. However, a year had passed, and the purple-clad young man's ability had completely crushed him without using his secret method. Where's my Devil Seal tablet? Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and asked in a deep voice as he looked at Emperor Wu again. The Devil Seal tablet. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Emperor Wu's heart skipped a beat. He was filled with bitterness. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian would not remember the mysterious stone tablet. If he could survive today, he might have a chance to snatch it back from Zhou Yi's hands in the future. However, things did not go as he wished. Duan Lingtian finally remembered the mysterious stone tablet. So, it's called the Devil Seal tablet. Emperor Wu sighed. The Devil Seal tablet is not in my hands. Emperor Wu smiled wryly when he saw Duan Lingtian's sharp gaze. Not in your hands? Duan Lingtian sneered. Naturally, he did not believe Emperor Wu's words. What a joke. Martial Emperor Shi Qi was the master of Lost Stone Forest. Back then, Martial Emperor Shi Qi had fought with him after he was devilified. He knew that there was a shocking secret in the Devil Seal tablet. However, his Devil Seal tablet was left in Lost Stone Forest in the end. Chapter 1295. Yellow-clad young girl. Mischievous? After hearing Emperor Wu's words, a familiar figure immediately appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Han Xuanai. Xuanai is back. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. It was easy for him to guess that the yellow-clad young girl was Han Xuanai. Subsequently, he looked at Emperor Wu and asked, what are the characteristics of the other white-clad little girl? Or, how did the yellow-clad young girl address her? The yellow-clad young girl addressed her as Little White. Emperor Wu recalled for a moment before replying. Little White. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. If he had only guessed that the yellow-clad young girl was Han Xuanai earlier, he did not dare to be 100% sure. But now, he was completely sure of it. Was Little White not the little white python from all those years ago? It seems like Little White has already transformed into a human. She has transformed into a little girl. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth. The little girl from all those years ago had grown to such a stage now. He could not help but sigh. Xuanai brought Little White back. I wonder if Little Black and Little White came back together. Duan Lingtian could not help but think of the other two little fellows when he thought of Xuanai and Little White. The little black python and the little gold mouse. At that time, the three little fellows had left with Xuanai. They had been gone for many years. Now that he heard that they had returned, the memories that had been sealed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's mind gushed out. I'll bring Ke, Little Fei, and Tian Wu back to Cloud Continent after the matter with the overseas Saint Islands is settled. It's been so many years, I really miss them. Duan Lingtian had a plan in his mind. Han Xuanai's figure and the three little fellows' figures flashed past his mind. According to Emperor Wu, Xuanai still looks the same as before. As for the three little fellows, they've already taken human form. If I see them again, I'm afraid I won't be able to recognize them. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart inexplicably trembled. Did you just say that they are demon emperors? Duan Lingtian looked at Emperor Wu. He recalled what Emperor Wu had just said. Between the two of them, the yellow-clothed girl is the leader, and the white-clothed girl can easily defeat me. With her strength, as long as she wants to, she can kill me anytime. Emperor Wu smiled bitterly and said, if they are not monster monarchs, then what are they? Although human martial artists could retain their youthful looks after breaking through to the martial monarch stage, it was difficult to tell their age. However, the yellow-clothed girl looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. Breaking through to the martial emperor realm at the age of 15 or 16 and staying young forever? Was that even possible? As for the white-clothed little girl, she did not look more than 10 years old. It was even more impossible for her to break through to the martial monarch stage before she was 10 years old. Therefore, he concluded that regardless of whether it was the yellow-clothed girl or the white-clothed little girl, they were not humans but demon beasts. To be more precise, they were demon beasts that had taken human form. Little White is so powerful now. Upon hearing Emperor Wu's words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect this. After so many years, the little white python from back then had already become so powerful. Duan Lingtian, who left Emperor Wu Shiqi and turned to chase after the people from Lingxian Peak, felt emotional. How shocking! Even Little White has broken through to the Emperor stage and become a demon emperor powerhouse. I'm afraid Little Black and Little Gold have also become demon emperor powerhouses. There's also Xuanai. Duan Lingtian sighed when he recalled the mischievous yellow-clothed girl. He still remembered. All those years ago, he'd met Han Xuanai in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 7-star sword sect. At that time, he'd even guessed that Han Xuanai was very likely to be the young miss of a powerful force in the Dark Han dynasty. In the end, he realized Han Xuanai was not from the Dark Han dynasty. Later on, he had also guessed Han Xuanai was from the Han clan of the ancient clan on Cloud Continent. However, based on the current situation, it did not seem to be the case. Xuanai should not be from the Cloud Continent. In that case, there are only two possibilities. She's either from the overseas Saint Islands or the Dao Martial Saint Land. Between the two possibilities, Duan Lingtian was more inclined to the latter. Han Xuanai was from the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Dao Martial Saint Land. To Duan Lingtian, that was a place filled with the unknown. There were as many powerhouses as there were clouds there. Even a martial emperor powerhouse from Cloud Continent would only be a mere existence at the innate void restoration stage when they arrived there. An innate void restoration stage powerhouse was nothing in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to the fact that the soul of Wang Ba, who claimed to be a saint stage powerhouse, was hidden in his body, Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar with some things in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian's heart was as calm as the sea as he flew on the sea. he did not catch up to the people from Lingxian Peak. This was because the people from Lingxian Peak had already arrived at the place where the hidden fog martial competition was going to be held. It was a vast and calm sea. Now, the sky above this sea was filled with people, densely packed together. Duan Lingtian could not help but wonder if all the people from the hidden fog island were here as well. Duan Lingtian soon found the two girls and the people from Lingxian Peak. He flew over and arrived next to them. "It's settled?" Yang Hui asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, Zhou Yi, who was standing behind Martial Emperor Lei Ming among the group of people from Thundercloud Peak who were led by Martial Emperor Lei Ming, had a sudden change of expression. "Why is he here?" Zhou Yi stared at the purple-clad young man in the distance. His expression was grave. Naturally, he was no stranger to this purple-clad young man. He was the person who had barged into Lost Stone Forest in an attempt to rescue Feng Tianwu, whom he had kidnapped. He was Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Lingtian sect. When he saw Duan Lingtian, he immediately thought of the intense battle between Duan Lingtian and Emperor Wu. "That's right. His stone tablet is already in my hands. Why should I be afraid of him since he doesn't have the stone tablet to rely on?" Soon after, Zhou Yi calmed down. Putting aside the fact that Duan Lingtian no longer had the mysterious stone tablet to rely on and could not cast the secret method, Zhou Yi was no longer the same as before. Currently, he had already broken through to Emperor Wu's stage. He was no longer the same as before. "I've studied that stone tablet for so long, but I still can't decipher its secret. It seems like God is helping me by sending him to me." Zhou Yi's eyes lit up as he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a peerless treasure. Previously, he had seen this purple-clad young man use the stone tablet to cast the secret method and display an extremely powerful strength. Therefore, he concluded that Duan Lingtian knew how to use the stone tablet. "As long as I learn how to use the stone tablet to cast the secret method. With my current cultivation base, even Thundercloud Emperor Wu might not be a match for me if I use the secret method." Zhou Yi could not help but feel excited when he thought of this. When Zhou Yi was staring at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes, Duan Lingtian was also looking at him. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at him before he looked at the old man standing in front of him. "He's the owner of Thundercloud Peak, Thundercloud Emperor Wu. Brother Yang." Duan Lingtian looked at Yang Hui and asked through voice transmission, "That Thundercloud Emperor Wu. Is he very powerful?" "Very powerful." Although Yang Hui did not know why Duan Lingtian was suddenly interested in Thundercloud Emperor Wu, he still replied, "In the ears of the public Emperor Wu powerhouses on Cloud Continent. Thundercloud Emperor Wu and Yuhan Emperor Wu can be ranked in the top 3. So powerful?" Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel shocked. He had seen Yuhan Emperor Wu's strength before. He was very powerful. Even if Yuhan Emperor Wu did not use his spirit weapon and had a chance to cast the colossal aerolite arrow, with his current strength, he would only be able to fight Yuhan Emperor Wu to a draw at most. Previously, he was able to break Yuhan Emperor Wu's heaven and earth wipeout with just one arrow because Yuhan Emperor Wu was not prepared at all. If he had shot that arrow at Yuhan Emperor Wu would definitely have reacted immediately and blocked his arrow with his spirit weapon. If Yuhan Emperor Wu used his spirit weapon, killing him would be a piece of cake. His current strength was equivalent to Yuhan Emperor Wu when he did not use his spirit weapon. He was stronger than Emperor Wu, who was at 4th stage realm, but weaker than an ordinary Emperor Wu who was at 5th stage realm. It seems like I can only wait for the hidden fog martial competition to start before I have a chance to kill Zhou Yi and snatch the Devil Seal tablet from him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With Lei Ming Emperor Wu around, he could not use force. If he did, he would only die. Zhou Yi was also thinking about how he could find an opportunity to coerce Duan Lingtian to reveal the secret of the mysterious tablet in his possession. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from the horizon. 6 figures could be seen flying over from afar. They were getting closer and closer. The 6 of them were led by a young man in a green robe. The young man held a folding fan in his hand and wore a silk headband on his head. He looked like a scholar. He exuded a gentle and refined aura from head to toe. There was an old man, a middle-aged man, and 3 young men behind him. The 6 of them came in a mighty manner. When they got closer to the people present, they gave off a strong sense of oppression. It was so oppressive that many people felt suffocated. 5 Emperor Wu stage powerhouses. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the 5 people behind the young scholar in shock. The 5 of them did not deliberately conceal their auras. As long as one was at the martial emperor stage or above, one would be able to clearly sense their martial emperor stage cultivation base. That's not right. There should be 6 of them. Soon, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the young scholar in the lead. Since he was escorted by 5 Emperor Wu powerhouses, he must be someone above the Emperor Wu stage. Moreover, his ability must be more powerful than the 5 Emperor Wu powerhouses. He's the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. As far as he knew, the Hidden Fog martial competition today was hosted by the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Chapter 1296. The respectful voice came from Yang Hui, the Emperor Wu of the Profound Spirit Realm. Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the young scholar again. At that moment, he realized he was not the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island. However, someone who could make Yang Hui respectful must not be a simple person. One must know that Yang Hui did not show such respect even when he was facing Emperor Wu of Thunder and Emperor Wu of Yuhan. He could see it. Yang Hui was respectful to Qing Xian Emperor Wu from the bottom of his heart. Of course, there was something that Duan Lingtian did not know. That was Yang Hui's honorific title, Ling Xian. The word Xian was taken from martial Emperor Qing Xian's honorific title. Profound Spirit and Qing Xian were only one word apart. It represented Yang Hui's respect to Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Greetings, Lord Qing Xian. Soon, Duan Lingtian witnessed a shocking scene. Most of the Cloud Continent Emperor Wu powerhouses including Yang Hui, the Emperor Wu of the Profound Spirit Realm, bowed to the young scholar. Even Emperor Wu of Thunder and Emperor Wu of Yuhan were no exception. They were all bowing to the young scholar. The scene shocked many people. This Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Who exactly is he? Their hearts were filled with astonishment. Of course, some of them had heard of Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Qing Xian Emperor Wu is the current Emperor Wu of the Cloud Continent. He's the person who stands at the peak of the human race on the Cloud Continent. Cloud Continent Emperor Wu of the Cloud Continent. As someone introduced Qing Xian Emperor Wu, many people were stunned again. So, he's the Emperor Wu of the Cloud Continent, Qing Xian Emperor Wu. I've heard some of the Emperor Wu powerhouses from the Cloud Continent mention him. It is said that his cultivation is above the 7th level of the Emperor Wu realm. A Hidden Fog Island's martial artist said. Emperor Wu's 7th tier. Doesn't that mean he's on par with the 3 Hidden Fog Island masters? Many of the Hidden Fog Island's martial artists exclaimed in shock. There had long been rumors in the Hidden Fog Island that the 3 island masters were all at least at the 7th level of the Emperor Wu realm. Their abilities were profound. I really couldn't tell. Such a weak-looking young scholar is actually the strongest person in Cloud Continent, Emperor Wu. The group of Hidden Fog Island's martial artists whispered to each other as shock filled their faces. Emperor Wu's number 1. Listening to the whispers around him, Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but shrink. He stared at the young scholar who was smiling at a group of strong cultivators of Emperor Wu, who was none other than the Emperor Wu of Qing Xian. This Emperor Wu of Qing Xian is the strongest person in Cloud Continent, the current Emperor Wu. Doesn't that mean his position on Cloud Continent is equivalent to the reincarnation Emperor Wu from 20,000 years ago? Duan Lingtian was secretly shocked. Ha! Qing Xian, you're early. Before Duan Lingtian could recover from his shock, a laughter that was like the sound of a large bell sounded from afar, and it reverberated like thunder in his ears. Many of the Hidden Fog Island's martial artists with a low cultivation base had a change of expression. Some of them even had their eardrums ruptured and blood spurted out of their ears. Whoosh! As soon as the bell-like laughter died down, a gust of wind blew past. A person appeared in front of the crowd. It was a bearded hunk in armor. The bearded hunk in bronze armor had a ferocious look on his face. He had a stocky back and a bear-like waist. His body was like an iron tower. As he stood there, he gave off an invisible sense of oppression. It was so oppressive that some of the people with a lower cultivation base could not breathe. As soon as the bearded hunk appeared, 10 people appeared behind him. 3 of them stood in front while 7 of them stood behind. Their identities and positions were clearly distinguished. Man Wu. Qing Xian. Emperor Wu nodded at the bearded hunk as a form of greeting. Qing Xian, I lost the battle 3 years ago. It's been 3 years, and I've improved a lot. When are you going to battle me again? I want to defeat you and avenge my humiliation. The bearded hunk who was called Man Wu said. His tone was magnanimous. As soon as he said that, the group of people including Duan Lingtian who had just found out about Qing Xian Emperor Wu's background were still calm. The others, on the other hand, were all aghast. The people who were shocked were those who knew about martial Emperor Ling Xian's background. Many people, including Yang Hui, Emperor Wu Leiming, Emperor Wu Yuhan, Emperor Wu Qiuli, and other demon emperors, were shocked. Demon Emperor Man Wu, the strongest demon emperor on Cloud Continent. He was defeated by Lord Qing Xian 3 years ago. Many people were shocked. Even the 10 people behind Demon Emperor Man Wu were shocked. Obviously, this was the first time they had heard Demon Emperor Man Wu mention this. It seems like only Martial Emperor Qing Xian and Demon Emperor Man Wu know about this. However, it seems like Demon Emperor Man Wu is quite a sensitive person since he's willing to reveal his embarrassing incident in front of so many people. After a while, Duan Lingtian finally understood what was going on. Man Wu, I only won the battle 3 years ago. If you're determined to fight me again, I'll gladly oblige. However, let's wait until the Hidden Fog martial competition is over. Even in the face of Demon Emperor Man Wu's challenge, Qing Xian Emperor Wu still had a smile on his face. All right. Demon Emperor Man Wu nodded without hesitation. Then, he led his 10 disciples to the side. Lord Man Wu. Lord Man Wu. At this moment, a group of demon emperors from Cloud Continent bowed at Demon Emperor Man Wu. Demon Emperor Man Wu's status among the demon beasts on Cloud Continent was equivalent to Qing Xian Emperor Wu's status among the humans on Cloud Continent. I didn't expect Lord Qing Xian to defeat Demon Emperor Man Wu 3 years ago. Doesn't that mean Lord Qing Xian is not only the strongest demon emperor on Cloud Continent but also the strongest person on Cloud Continent? An Emperor Wu powerhouse from Cloud Continent who came to Hidden Fog Island to cultivate many years ago exclaimed. The strongest person on Cloud Continent. At this moment, not only the people from Cloud Continent but also the people from Hidden Fog Island looked at Qing Xian with reverence in their eyes. It was reverence that came from the bottom of their hearts. Qing Xian Emperor Wu is really low-key. The 5 people behind him don't seem to know that he defeated Demon Emperor Man Wu. Duan Lingtian had long noticed the shock on the faces of the 5 Emperor Wu powerhouses behind Emperor Wu. He was also shocked by the fact that Qing Xian Emperor Wu had defeated Demon Emperor Man Wu. At this moment, the 10 people from Lost Stone Forest left with Emperor Wu after Shi left. Almost everyone from Cloud Continent who came to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition had arrived. Now, we're waiting for the 3rd island master. The Hidden Fog Martial competition will officially begin when the third island master arrives. Many Hidden Fog Island martial artists said. Our Hidden Fog Island's core disciples don't seem to have arrived yet. There were also some people who noticed this. There are many inner island disciples and outer island disciples who came to watch the show. However, the core disciples are nowhere to be seen. The Hidden Fog Island's disciples were divided into the core disciples, inner island disciples, and outer island disciples. Their identities could be identified by the tokens they carried around their waists. Now, many inner island disciples and outer island disciples had arrived, but the core disciples were nowhere to be seen. They're here. Someone shouted. Then, the sound of wind whistling could be heard from afar. Along with the sound of wind whistling, silhouettes moved as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, these silhouettes appeared in front of the crowd and revealed themselves. These people had one thing in common. The token on their waists had the word core carved on it. It was obvious that they were the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. One of the core disciples' eyes lit up as though he had discovered something. Whoosh! Subsequently, he moved toward the group of people from Yuhan Valley. He looked at Yuhan Emperor Wu and smiled. Senior Yuhan. Chen Xiaoye. Yuhan Emperor Wu was extremely courteous to the Hidden Fog Island's core disciple. This was because other than being a Hidden Fog Island's core disciple, he had another shocking identity. He was the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. One could imagine how much the second island master of Hidden Fog Island doted on his son. Senior Yuhan. Are the two junior sisters here? The person standing in front of Yuhan Emperor Wu was the Hidden Fog Island's core disciple, Qin Ji. Among the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples, Qin Ji might not be the strongest. However, he was definitely the most lecherous. Ever since he knew that there were two beautiful female disciples in Yuhan Valley, Qin Ji had evil thoughts. As for the two female disciples' fiancés, he did not care about them at all. In his opinion, he could just kill them. Qin Ji said as he scanned the people behind Yuhan Emperor Wu. He seemed to be looking for the two beauties. Unfortunately, there were only 8 people in front of him. Although there were 8 women, they were just ordinary women in his eyes. They did not pique his interest. Chen Xiaoye, I'm afraid I can't fulfill my promise to you that day. Yuhan Emperor Wu sighed. Qin Ji's expression changed drastically. Senior Yuhan, what do you mean? Are you going back on your word? That day, when Qin Ji heard that Martial Emperor Yuhan had 2 beautiful female disciples under her, he immediately went to ask for her hand in marriage, and Martial Emperor Yuhan agreed. Now, Yuhan Emperor Wu was saying that he could not fulfill his promise to him. It's not that I want to go back on my word. My 2 disciples lost their minds and ran away with the kid from Lingxian Peak. They betrayed Yuhan Valley. Now, I can't make decisions for them. Yuhan Emperor Wu looked in the direction of the people from Lingxian Peak as he said that. Qin Ji followed Yuhan Emperor Wu's gaze and looked over. With just a glance, his eyes widened. Oh my God! How could there be such beautiful women in this world? 2 graceful figures appeared in front of Qin Ji. Qin Ji was dumbstruck as he stared blankly at them. One of them was a woman who wore light purple clothes. Her soft long hair draped over her shoulders, and a jade belt was wrapped around her slender waist. Although her slender legs were covered, it couldn't hide her peerless beauty. In particular, her beautiful face, which was close to perfection, caused people to be unable to help but be dazzled. Curved eyebrows, quick-witted autumn eyes, a tall and straight nose, and cherry-like little lips. Chapter 1297. Qin Ji's breathing became more and more rapid. His gaze reluctantly moved away from the purple-clothed woman and landed on the other woman beside her. This lady had the childishness of a young girl and was as obedient as a pretty girl from a humble family. One could not help but feel pity for her. It was difficult to find any flaws in her pretty face. Exquisite. Exquisite. Chen Ji's eyes lit up. He was almost drooling. Senior Yuhan. Is it them? Chen Ji swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked while breathing heavily. That's right, it's them. The purple-clad young man beside them is their fiancé, Duan Lingtian. Yuhan Emperor Wu nodded as he spoke unhurriedly. It was as though he wanted to stir up trouble. Whoosh! As soon as Yuhan Emperor Wu finished speaking, Chen Ji transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the group of people from Lingxian Peak. To be precise, he appeared in front of Ke and Li Fei. Junior sisters, your master has already betrothed you to me. When my father comes out of seclusion in a few days, let's get married. Chen Ji flashed a smile that he thought was brilliant as he spoke to Ke and Li Fei. Ke and Li Fei were stunned when they heard Chen Ji's words. They turned to look at Yuhan Emperor Wu in unison and realized that the Emperor Wu was also looking at them. Yuhan Emperor Wu's eyes were filled with indifference. Ke and Li Fei's faces instantly darkened. You've got the wrong person. Sister Ke and I do have the same master, but she passed away a few years ago. Li Fei said to Chen Ji indifferently. Your junior sister Li Fei, right? Chen Ji's eyes were filled with passion as he sized up Li Fei. As the saying goes, a teacher for a day is a parent for life. It's unwise for you to sever ties with your master for a piece of trash. Trash. Hearing Chen Ji's words, Li Fei's beautiful face was covered with a layer of frost. How could her man be insulted by others? Ke's face also darkened, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. A dragon had a reverse scale. Touching it would result in death. The two girls' reverse scale was, without a doubt, Duan Lingtian. Just as the two girls were about to make a move, a tall figure stood in front of them. Like a mountain, he protected them behind him, giving them a sense of security. The person who made the move was none other than Duan Lingtian. Scram! Duan Lingtian looked at Chen Ji coldly. His mouth moved slightly as he slowly spat out a word. The smile on Chen Ji's face froze at that instant. As a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island and the only son of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, even the group of Hidden Fog Island elders had to show him respect. Not to mention other core disciples, inner island disciples, and outer island disciples. This was the first time in his life that someone dared to tell him to scram. Brat, do you know who I am? Chen Ji stared at Duan Lingtian with a gloomy expression. I don't care who you are. Duan Lingtian shouted coldly. As soon as his words left his mouth, he shook both of his arms and moved as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the five-colored energy left his arms and landed on Chen Ji's body. Bang! With a loud bang, Chen Ji, who was defenseless, was sent flying. Poof! Barf! Chen Ji, who was sent flying like an arrow, spat out a mouthful of blood along the way. The blood fell into the air like blooming red roses. It was so red that it was almost purple. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious internal injury. Silence. The scene was dead silent. Even the Hidden Fog Island disciples who usually hung out with Chen Ji were stunned. They did not even have time to check on Chen Ji's injuries. Good, good, good. The first person to react was Yuhan Emperor Wu. Yuhan Emperor Wu looked at Duan Lingtian and said, You're angry for a woman. Duan Lingtian, you're really brave. Thank you for the compliment, Yuhan Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yuhan Emperor Wu nonchalantly. He had already guessed that Chen Ji had come looking for him because Yuhan Emperor Wu had provoked him on purpose. However, did Yuhan Emperor Wu really think that a guy who was only at the second stage of Emperor Wu stage could threaten him? Or perhaps, his identity is not simple. All of a sudden, a thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. However, even then, his face was still as calm as usual. There was no fear at all. If he was afraid of the other party's identity and background and allowed the other party to be rude to his woman, then he would not be a proper man. Senior Brother Chen. At this moment, many Hidden Fog Island disciples finally reacted and rushed toward the direction where Chenji flew out. Although Chenji's character was not good and the core disciples of Hidden Fog Island were dissatisfied with him, nobody was willing to offend him because of his identity. At the same time, many people wanted to curry favor with him because of his identity. Now, it was undoubtedly the best opportunity to do so. Therefore, many of the Hidden Fog Island's disciples moved and charged toward Chenji. They looked like a pack of dogs fighting for a bone. It was an exaggerated sight. Duan Lingtian. No one noticed that when Yuhan Emperor Wu was talking to Duan Lingtian, Qing Xian Emperor Wu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Duan Lingtian strangely. It was just a glance, but he withdrew his gaze. However, in the depths of his eyes, there was a hint of surprise mixed in. So, he's Duan Lingtian. Qing Xian Emperor Wu mumbled to himself as if he knew Duan Lingtian. This young man is really bold. He even dared to hurt Chenji. At this moment, many Hidden Fog Island martial artists reacted and looked at Duan Lingtian as they whispered among themselves. Their eyes were filled with pity without exception. It was as if Duan Lingtian would be killed by revenge soon. Chenji is the only son of the second island master. Putting aside the fact that he might not be Chenji's match, even if he could defeat Chenji, the second island master would not let him go. Someone said. Earlier, most people thought that Duan Lingtian injured Chenji because of his sneak attack. In terms of strength, he might not be able to win against Chenji in a fair battle. The son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island? That person is the son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island? Moreover, he's the only son. At this moment, many of Emperor Wu's disciples and Demon Emperor's disciples from Cloud Continent were shocked. This was something that they did not expect. At this moment, there was a hint of pity in their eyes when they looked at Duan Lingtian. Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. Naturally, he knew what it meant to be the only son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. The second island master of Hidden Fog Island. I heard that he's on Emperor Wu Stage 8. Even Lord Qing Xian might not be his match. Yang Hui was completely disheartened. He looked at Duan Lingtian immediately and urged him through voice transmission, Brother Lingtian, quickly take the two sisters-in-law and run. You've injured the son of the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. It's equivalent to offending the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. He won't let you go. Yang Hui's voice transmission was filled with anxiety. Ke and Li Fei's expressions changed. At the same time, they looked at Yuhan's Emperor Wu coldly. At this moment, they realized that everything that happened before them was Yuhan's Emperor Wu's scheme. Yuhan's Emperor Wu was the man who wanted to kill them. Run. Upon hearing Yang Hui's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head. His gaze immediately shifted to the distance. There was an old man who was escorted by a young man and a young woman. They flew across the sky and arrived at the venue of the Hidden Fog martial competition in just a blink of an eye. The old man wore a copper robe. His long hair was tied up by a hairband, and his white eyebrows were straight. He looked majestic without being angry. Although the old man had white hair and white eyebrows, his face was like that of a middle-aged man. It was impossible to tell that he was over 70 years old. He had white hair and a youthful face. As for the young man behind the old man, he was handsome, and his eyebrows were somewhat similar to the old man's. As for the young woman, her eyes were completely devoid of light. She stood there like a walking corpse. It set off her pale face, which was devoid of blood, and added a bit of evilness. Unlike the young man's handsomeness, the young woman looked ordinary. She was the kind of person who would not stand out if she was thrown into a crowd. She looked very ordinary. Of course, it was just that she would not stand out if she was thrown into a crowd. Her evilness was one of a kind. Third Island Master. Third Island Master. After the copper-robed old man appeared, the group of Hidden Fog Island's core disciples bowed to him. The remaining group of Hidden Fog Island's Inner Island disciples, Outer Island disciples, and Hidden Fog Island's martial artists followed suit and bowed to the copper-robed old man. There was only one person from Hidden Fog Island who did not bow to the copper-robed old man. This person was none other than Qinji. How dare you sneak an attack on me? Qinji ignored the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island who had just arrived and glared at Duanling Tian. His voice was filled with coldness as he spoke. However, Duanling Tian ignored him. Duanling Tian's gaze landed on the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. He knew that since the third island master of Hidden Fog Island had arrived, it meant that the Hidden Fog martial competition was about to begin. However, he did not know if the third island master of Hidden Fog Island would stand up for Qinji. I won't kill you right away. I'll keep you alive and torture you slowly. Qinji flew out like a sharp arrow that left the bowstring and shot towards Duanling Tian in a menacing manner. In his opinion, the reason he was injured by Duanling Tian earlier was that Duanling Tian had sneaked an attack on him. He was caught off guard. If he had been on guard, he would not have been hit. He was confident that his ability was above Duanling Tian's. Just when the origin energy in Duanling Tian's body was stirred and ready to attack Qinji, a voice rang out. Enough! A soft shout that was filled with dissatisfaction was transmitted over, causing Qinji's body to come to a halt. Third Island Master. He injured me earlier. I must avenge him. Qinji looked at the third island master and said in a deep voice. Chapter 1298. The Hidden Fog martial competition is about to begin. You'll have plenty of chances to take revenge later. Now, stop embarrassing the Hidden Fog Island. The third island master of the Hidden Fog Island said in a deep voice with a cold gaze. Humph. Qinji seemed to be afraid of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. He glanced at Duanling Tian and snorted coldly. I'll let you live a little longer. I'll make sure you die a graveless death in the Hidden Fog martial competition. I'll wait and see. Duanling Tian calmed down the turbulent origin energy in his body. He glanced at Qinji nonchalantly as though he did not care about Qinji at all. In fact, he really did not care about Qinji at all. The third island master of the Hidden Fog Island seems to hate Qinji. At that moment, Duanling Tian noticed that. Apart from that, he also noticed that the young man behind the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island had a fierce gleam in his eyes when he looked at Qinji. It seems like Qinji is not that popular on the Hidden Fog Island. However, Qinji's father is the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Theoretically, he should have a good relationship with the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. I wonder why the third island master hates Qinji so much. Duanling Tian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. However, Duanling Tian had no idea. The third island master of the Hidden Fog Island once had a female direct disciple who was talented and loved by him. However, she chose to commit suicide because she was defiled by Qinji. If the second island master did not protect Qinji and the first island master did not intervene, he would have killed Qinji long ago. Although it had been many years since that incident, his hatred for Qinji did not decrease at all. Although he had promised the first island master that he would not kill Qinji, he did not treat Qinji well when he saw him. The young man behind the third island master was the third island master's grandson. Many years ago, the third island master's direct disciple who was defiled by Qinji was his senior sister. They were engaged. His fiancée was defiled and committed suicide. One could imagine how much he hated Qinji. Qinji, one day, I will kill you and avenge Kai. The young man stared at Qinji with cold killing intent. However, he knew that he was no match for Qinji with his current strength. Among the crowd of onlookers, Emperor Wu's expression darkened. She did not expect the third island master of the hidden fog island to appear at this moment. It completely disrupted her plan. According to her original plan, Duan Lingtian would kill Qinji. Once Qinji was dead, she would be able to kill Duan Lingtian and obtain his spatial ring. Since he's the third reincarnation of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, I'm sure he has many rare treasures in his possession. The reason why she waited for Qinji to die was that she was worried that the powerhouse from the hidden fog island would save Duan Lingtian. In her opinion, once Duan Lingtian killed Qinji, the only son of the second island master of the hidden fog island, the hidden fog island's powerhouse would no longer stand up for Duan Lingtian. Now, she no longer hoped to enslave Duan Lingtian. She only wanted to obtain the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand. However, the timely appearance of the third island master of the hidden fog island completely disrupted her plan. At this moment, the third island master of the hidden fog island began to announce the rules of the hidden fog martial competition after greeting the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent. Only the top 30 people in the hidden fog martial competition can advance to the next round. Those who advance will receive a certain reward. Especially the top 10 people, anyone who recommends them will receive an additional reward. The third island master of the hidden fog island enunciated each word clearly. Many people's eyes lit up immediately. The hidden fog martial competition was organized by the hidden fog island, so the rewards would not be bad. A gleam flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. Naturally, he knew what the additional reward that the third island master of the hidden fog island mentioned was. It was none other than Saint Stones. After the hidden fog martial competition ended, the Cloud Continent's Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses who recommended the person who ranked first would receive 10 Saint Stones. The second and third place would receive 5 Saint Stones each. The fourth, fifth, and sixth place would receive 3 Saint Stones each. The 7th to 10th place would only receive 1 Saint Stone each. He had already learned about this from the Spirit Profound Realm Emperor Wu. On top of that, once the hidden fog martial competition begins, unless you admit defeat. Otherwise, you'll die. Once one of you admits defeat, the other party can't make a move. If anyone disregards the rules, I'll intervene. The third island master of the hidden fog island continued. Life or death. At once, some of the Emperor Wu's disciples who had a lower cultivation base had a slight change of expression. Their hearts became heavy as they thought about surrendering immediately if they encountered an opponent whom they could not defeat. As soon as the third island master of the hidden fog island finished speaking, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a ruthless and vicious gaze landing on him. He did not need to lift his head to know who it was. Qinji. Soon after, the third island master of the hidden fog island continued speaking, and the hidden fog martial competition officially began. The rules of the hidden fog martial arts competition were very simple. Round after round of eliminations, until there were only 30 people left. That would be the end of the first round. All 30 of them could advance to the next round. After advancing, the top 10 would be determined from the 30 people. That would be the second round of the martial competition. The third round of the martial competition would determine the exact ranking of the top 10 people. Subsequently, it was time to draw lots. As the participants of the hidden fog martial competition received their lots, the hidden fog martial competition officially began. Time passed by quietly. Gradually, even Duan Lingtian could not help but suspect that the third island master of the hidden fog island had done something to the lots. Otherwise, it would not be so coincidental. In the first round of the martial competition, none of the Emperor Wu powerhouses met another Emperor Wu powerhouse. All of the Emperor Wu powerhouse's opponents were only on the martial emperor realm. Would such a situation happen if the lots were drawn normally? Duan Lingtian believed that with the third island master of the hidden fog island's powerful spiritual power, they would not be able to find out even if he were to spy on their cultivation base. It was because their abilities were too far apart from his. After the lots were drawn, the battle was one-sided. One could imagine the outcome of the battle between the Emperor Wu realm and the Martial Emperor realm. In the end, the 30 people who advanced were revealed. 26 of them were on the Emperor Wu realm. Among them, 5 were under the Emperor Wu of Qingxian. However, they were still inferior to the core disciples of the Emperor Wu realm on the Hidden Fog Island. There were a total of 7 core disciples of the Emperor Wu realm on the Hidden Fog Island, including Qinji. The young lady behind the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island was also a core disciple of the Emperor Wu realm. Although the other young man was not a core disciple of the Emperor Wu realm, he was at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. Out of the 30 people who advanced, 26 of them were Emperor Wu powerhouses. Only 4 of them were at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. They were half a step away from the Emperor Wu realm. The young man, the grandson of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, was among them. On Ling Xian Peak's side, only Duan Lingtian and Zhou Di made it to the next round. The remaining 8 people were eliminated. On Yuhan Valley's side, only Su Rong made it to the next round. On Thundercloud Peak's side, Lan Bai and Zhou Yi made it to the next round. On the other hand, some of the disciples under the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent made it to the next round. Almost all of them were at the Emperor Wu realm. Of course, there were 2 who were at the peak of the Martial Emperor realm. The last person who made it to the peak of the Martial Emperor realm was also a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island. In other words, out of the 10 core disciples from the Hidden Fog Island who participated in the Hidden Fog martial competition today, 9 of them made it to the next round. Only 1 of them did not make it to the next round. At once, the core disciples from the Hidden Fog Island became the center of attention. That's amazing. As expected of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples from the overseas Saint Island. Only 1 of them was eliminated in the first round of the Hidden Fog martial competition. What a coincidence. There's no Emperor Wu powerhouse going against another Emperor Wu powerhouse in the first round of the martial competition. The third island master must have done something when they were drawing the lots earlier. Actually, it's understandable. The best part should be left to the end so that people can look forward to it. You're right. The crowd of onlookers became lively. They were looking forward to the second round of the martial competition. They knew very well. In the second round of the martial competition, there would be an Emperor Wu powerhouse going against an Emperor Wu powerhouse. That would be the most exciting and anticipated scene. Zhou Yi has actually made a breakthrough to the Emperor Wu stage. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Yi from afar. He could not hide the shock on his face. Although Zhou Yi did not unleash his full strength when he attacked earlier, he could clearly see that Zhou Yi had already made a breakthrough to the Emperor Wu stage. This female disciple from Thundercloud Peak is even more powerful than Zhou Yi. After Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze away from Zhou Yi, it landed on the woman next to him. This lady was not inferior to any man. Her strength was far above Zhou Yi's. The woman Duan Lingtian was staring at was none other than Thundercloud Peak's martial Emperor Lei Ming's favorite direct disciple, Lan Bai. The 5 people brought by Qingxian Emperor Wu have all made a breakthrough. However, they're all at the Emperor Wu stage, so it's not surprising that they made a breakthrough. Duan Lingtian continued to look at the 5 people brought by Qingxian Emperor Wu. Soon, Duan Lingtian looked at Qiuli Emperor Wu. To be exact, he was looking at Dong Hu, who was next to Qiuli Emperor Wu. He was no stranger to Dong Hu. They had even fought before. You're lucky in the first round of the martial competition. You might not be as lucky in the second round. Chen Ji stood in the distance as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian. Flames of rage rose from the depths of his eyes, threatening to burst out at any moment. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him from the beginning until the end. This made Chen Ji even angrier. The second round of the martial competition begins now. As the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island continued to speak, the second round of the Hidden Fog martial competition officially began. Among the spectators, many people who were originally sleepy seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. They widened their eyes and waited for the second round to begin. The second round of the martial competition began as scheduled. At this moment, Emperor Wu's powerhouse finally faced another Emperor Wu's powerhouse. Chapter 1299. In just a short while, two Emperor Wu powerhouses had fallen. Duan Lingtian's first opponent in the second round of the martial competition was someone he did not want to meet the most. Thundercloud Peak's Lan Bai. As a Thundercloud Peak disciple, Zhou Yi must know Lan Bai's strength very well. If he sees that I'm capable of defeating Lan Bai, I'm afraid he'll admit defeat before I even make a move. Duan Lingtian was slightly depressed. Initially, he had planned to kill Zhou Yi in the Hidden Fog martial competition and take back the Devil Seal tablet that originally belonged to him. However, it was a little troublesome now. Lan Bai was the direct disciple of the Thundercloud Peak's owner, Emperor Wu of Thundercloud Peak on Cloud Continent. According to Yang Hui, she was at the second level of Emperor Wu stage. She was extremely powerful. She was definitely stronger than Zhou Yi. Naturally, this little bit of strength was nothing to the current him. Not to mention he could defeat her without using the colossal aerolite arrow, he could even defeat her without using any martial skills. Forget it. I'll let her win for the Devil Seal tablet. Soon after, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Subsequently, under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian and Lan Bai's battle only lasted for about 10 breaths before he was completely defeated. In the end, it was as though he did not have the strength to fight back at all. However, all of this seemed flawless on the surface. Almost nobody, including Lan Bai herself, could see that Duan Lingtian had intentionally lost. Congratulations, Senior Sister Bai. After Lan Bai won, Zhou Yi was the first to congratulate her. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold gleam in his eyes. Although this Duan Lingtian has broken through to the Emperor Wu stage like me, he only lasted for about 10 breaths against Senior Sister Bai. His strength is far from mine. A few days ago, Zhou Yi had sparred with Lan Bai. Without more than 20 breaths, it would be difficult for Lan Bai to defeat him. Due to this reason, he concluded Duan Lingtian was no match for him. Brother Lingtian, not far away, Yang Hui was stunned. As for Duan Lingtian's defeat, those who didn't know his strength didn't think much of it. However, Yang Hui, as well as Ke and Li Fei, who were well aware of Duan Lingtian's strength, were at a loss when they looked at Duan Lingtian. They didn't know why Duan Lingtian was giving in. They could all see that Duan Lingtian had held back just now, and had deliberately lost to Lan Bai. I don't want to alert the enemy. Duan Lingtian replied unhurriedly when faced with Yang Hui and the two girls' questioning voice transmissions. Alert the enemy? Hearing this, the three of them looked around for a while, but didn't find anything wrong. You dare to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition with such little strength? Chen Ji sneered when he saw Duan Lingtian was defeated just like that. Lan Bai's strength had always been in his eyes. Although her cultivation was similar to his, in terms of strength, she was far inferior to him. However, Duan Lingtian was defeated by Lan Bai. As long as he dares to fight, I won't give him any chance to admit defeat. Chen Ji glared at Duan Lingtian coldly as he swore in his heart. Among the people present, besides Yang Hui, Ke and Li Fei who were familiar with Duan Lingtian's strength, there was no one else who could see through the clues of the battle earlier. Cold Emperor Wu was undoubtedly one of them. She had fought Duan Lingtian before. Although it was only one hit, she was certain that Duan Lingtian's strength was definitely on par with a 4th-level Emperor Wu. He doesn't seem to know the female disciple from Thundercloud Peak, but he admitted defeat on purpose. He must be up to something. Cold Emperor Wu speculated as a gleam flashed in her eyes. However, she had no idea what he was up to. Apart from cold Emperor Wu, there was another person who saw through the earlier battle. This person was none other than Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Qing Xian Emperor Wu glanced at Duan Lingtian. A gleam flashed in the depth of his eyes before he looked away. No one knew what he was thinking about. So this is his strength? If this is all he has, he'll definitely die if he encounters Qin Ji. Unless he surrenders in the beginning, he'll be in deep trouble. Many of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples looked at Duan Lingtian from afar and whispered among themselves. Qin Ji's face darkened when he heard the whispers of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciples. He was worried that Duan Lingtian would be frightened by these core disciples. He was worried that Duan Lingtian would not dare to fight him when they encountered each other. He did not want to see this happen. However, he was destined to be overthinking. As time went by, the four peak martial emperors were eliminated one after another. One by one, Emperor Wu powerhouses were eliminated. At the same time, another 3 Emperor Wu powerhouses were killed. Among them, one of the Emperor Wu powerhouses who was killed was under Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Even the Hidden Fog Island had lost 2 core disciples who were at the Emperor Wu realm. The battle was getting more and more intense. Wang! Spurt! Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound pierced through the air, accompanied by the clear sound of something entering a body. It sent chills down the spines of many people at the scene. A young lady with a pale face was performing a claw martial skill. Her claw pierced through her opponent's chest. Her pair of boneless hands then forcefully stuffed into her opponent's body. After a while, she withdrew her hands, and a heart that was still beating appeared in her hands. Smack! Just as the Emperor Wu powerhouse whose heart was dug out stopped breathing and fell to the ground, the young lady exerted force in her hands and crushed the heart that was dug out. Blood splattered everywhere. It was so dazzling that it sent chills down the spines of many people. Bloody! It's too bloody. Many people's faces turned pale as they were shocked. So powerful. Her ability has already broken through to Emperor Wu Realm Level 3. Duan Lingtian looked at the young woman, and his heart was filled with shock. The young lady with a pale face who was expressionless from the beginning until the end looked like a walking corpse. She was the young lady who followed the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island here. Unlike most of the people, the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island had a gratified expression on his face. This was because this lady was not only a core disciple of the Hidden Fog Island, but she was also his direct disciple as well. Soon after, Duan Lingtian entered the arena again. This was his last battle in the 2nd round of the Hidden Fog martial competition. As long as he won, he would be able to enter the top 10 in the Hidden Fog martial competition. At that time, he would be able to compete with the other 9 people for the top 10 ranking. However, until now, he had not encountered Zhou Yi. When Duan Lingtian entered the arena, his opponent entered the arena as well and confronted him. Do you guys think he'll admit defeat? Many people looked at Duan Lingtian and discussed among themselves. I think he'll definitely admit defeat. After all, he can't even win against that female powerhouse who lost to Qin Ji. Some people spoke as they looked in the direction of the people from Thundercloud Peak. Their eyes landed on Lan Bai. Lan Bai was defeated by Qin Ji earlier. I was wondering when they would encounter each other. I didn't expect them to encounter each other in the 2nd round. Most of the people looked at the scene before them as though they were on steroids. At this moment, the person who stood opposite Duan Lingtian was none other than Qin Ji. Qin Ji was the person who was sent flying by Duan Lingtian and was severely injured not long ago. He was also the only son of the 2nd island master of the Hidden Fog Island. It seems like even the heavens are on my side. At this moment, Qin Ji's heart was filled with excitement as he stared at the purple-clad young man in front of him. In his opinion, since he had encountered his opponent, he would be able to kill him immediately to avenge his humiliation. That was not all. As long as he killed his opponent, his 2 women would be his as well. Chenji's heart was burning when he thought about the two beauties. At this moment, he was most worried that Duan Lingtian would admit defeat. If that happened, he would lose a great opportunity for revenge. This was not something he wanted to see. When Chenji looked over, Duan Lingtian was also looking at Chenji. His eyes were cold as ice. I didn't expect that I would meet him so soon. It's impossible for me to hand over the victory to him in this battle. I must win this battle. I can't lose. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as his eyes gleamed brightly. At this moment, he no longer cared about letting Zhou Yi know his true strength. Even if Zhou Yi feared him because of his next move, or even admitted defeat on his own accord when they met later on, he couldn't do anything about it. He only knew that he could let anyone win, but he could not let Chenji win. Moreover, he would teach Chenji an unforgettable lesson. Boy, I'll kill you soon. After I kill you, your fiancé will be mine. As soon as Chenji opened his mouth, he pointed at Ke and Li Fei to provoke Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was indeed enraged. You want to kill me? I'd like to see who's going to be the one who dies. Duan Lingtian replied coldly. He was unwilling to be outdone. There's no need to think about it. The person who dies will definitely not be me. Chenji sneered. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind. Milky white flames rose into the sky along with strands of energy of different colors. It was the origin energy and profundity that Chenji had cast. Chenji's strength could be considered as one of the best among the second-level Emperor Wu realm martial artists. He might even be able to fight against an ordinary third-level Emperor Wu realm martial artist. For this reason, he attacked like a bolt of lightning and flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. It was as though he would not stop until he tore Duan Lingtian into pieces. This purple-clad young man is going to die. He can only consider himself unlucky to have encountered Chenji. In the blink of an eye, many people whispered among themselves. They felt that Duan Lingtian was going to die in Chenji's hands. After all, in their eyes, Duan Lingtian had lost to Lan Bai before. Lan Bai had also lost to Chenji before. At this moment, apart from those who knew about Duan Lingtian's strength, everyone was shocked. Chapter 1300. What's wrong? Qing Xian, do you think this little fella will win? Unknowingly, Demon Emperor Man Wu arrived next to Qing Xian's Emperor Wu. He followed the latter's gaze and noticed that the latter was looking at the purple-clad young man. More than 90% of the people thought that the purple-clad young man had no chance of winning. I'm afraid you've misjudged him this time. Before Qing Xian's Emperor Wu could respond, Demon Emperor Man Wu shook his head and said, this little fella is only at level 1 Emperor Wu realm. That core disciple from the Hidden Fog Island is at level 2 Emperor Wu realm. Judging from the strength he displayed earlier, he's comparable to an ordinary Emperor Wu realm level 3. It'll be easy for him to defeat this purple-clad young man who's only at level 1 Emperor Wu realm. Demon Emperor Man Wu said. Just watch. Qing Xian's Emperor Wu smiled faintly as he looked at the purple-clad figure in the distance. Duan Lingtian. He seemed to be very confident in him. It seems like the heavens are looking out for me. My chance is here again. A greedy gleam flashed in the depth of Emperor Wu's cold eyes. In her opinion, as long as Duan Lingtian killed Chenji, and as long as the powerhouses from the Hidden Fog Island no longer helped Duan Lingtian, it would be easy for her to kill Duan Lingtian and take the spatial ring from Duan Lingtian's hand. As for Duan Lingtian's strength, she had seen it for herself. Therefore, she was certain that Duan Lingtian had the ability to kill Chenji. I've decided. I won't kill you. However, I'll cripple your dantian and limbs. I'll let you watch your two fiancés enjoy my crotch. Chenji smirked and flew out. He seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. A sword had appeared in his hand at some point in time. The sword was a quasi-royal grade spirit sword that could increase one's strength by 1-fold. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian recognized that this was another quasi-royal grade spirit sword that was refined by the reincarnation Emperor Wu. It must have been left behind by the reincarnation Emperor Wu 10,000 years ago. After all, a quasi-royal grade spirit sword would not decay or be destroyed due to the passage of time. They were passed down and passed into the hands of various powerhouses. Every time a quasi-royal grade spiritual weapon appeared, many people would fight for it. Hearing Qin Ji's vicious words, Duan Lingtian's face turned completely gloomy. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Li Fei and Ker's expressions were also very ugly. Qin Ji's words were undoubtedly humiliating them. Brother Ling Tian, you mustn't be impulsive. Just treat his words as a dog barking and don't take them to heart. No matter what, he's the only son of the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. If you kill him, you and your 2 sisters-in-law will be in danger. At this moment, Yang Hui's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly used voice transmission to persuade Duan Lingtian. It was not his first day knowing Duan Lingtian. However, it was his first time seeing Duan Lingtian so angry. It was as though he would not stop until he killed Qin Ji. Are you still not going to admit defeat? Not far away, where the people from Thundercloud Peak were, Zhou Yi's face turned grave as he looked at Duan Lingtian's back. Just like the others, he did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Qin Ji. Moreover, he could tell that Qin Ji really wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. However, if Duan Lingtian died, the secret of the mysterious stone tablet in his hand would be buried underground again. That was not what he wanted to see. Right now, he only hoped that Duan Lingtian would admit defeat quickly so that he could stay alive and solve the secret of the mysterious stone tablet. Swoosh! 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 Qin Ji charged toward Duan Lingtian. The sword in his hand was like a swimming dragon. It transformed into sword rays that covered the sky and swept down like meteors falling from the sky. Terrifying sword howls rose and fell, causing the air everywhere he passed to be shaken and emit waves of light explosions that resounded without end. Die! Seeing Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer, Qin Ji, whose eyes were filled with coldness, suddenly shouted. The quasi-royal grade spirit sword in his hand shot out as though it was assisted by God as it pointed toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, many of the onlookers could not help but gasp. Even more people looked at Duan Lingtian with a pitiful expression. In their opinion, with such a situation, even if Duan Lingtian wanted to admit defeat, it would be too late. For a moment, many people could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian falling. This little fellow is quite calm. I wonder if he's really capable. Demon Emperor Man Wu was a little surprised. He could clearly see that this purple-clad young man did not move an inch in the face of Qin Ji's overwhelming attack. Even his expression did not change at all. His eyes were as calm as ever as he stared at Qin Ji, who was charging toward him. It was as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Just when Qin Ji's sword was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian, Demon Emperor Man Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. This was because he clearly saw the purple-clad young man move. His speed was even faster than Qin Ji's. He was still hiding his strength earlier. At this moment, this was the only thought left in Demon Emperor Man Wu's mind. However, although Duan Lingtian's speed was fast, it was nothing in front of Demon Emperor Man Wu, who was at the 7th level Demon Emperor stage. As he stared at Duan Lingtian seriously, Duan Lingtian's movements naturally slowed down in his eyes. Naturally, Qin Ji's movements were even slower. He could clearly see that a sword suddenly appeared in the purple-clad young man's hand out of thin air. Subsequently, a 5-colored sword ray suddenly shot out from the sword. In the next moment, the sword in his hand trembled as he swiftly swung 2 swords. The speed of the swords shocked Demon Emperor Man Wu. This speed. I'm afraid only Emperor Wu, who's at the 4th level Demon Emperor stage and above, would be able to perform this. Ah! Just as Emperor Wu was thinking about this, a shrill scream reverberated in the air. It was so sharp that it was ear-piercing. Many of the Hidden Fog Islands people who had a lower cultivation base heard it, causing horror to appear on their faces. Some of them even had their eardrums ruptured from the scream. Dazzling blood kept spurting out of their ears. When the scream reverberated in the air, the crowd regained their senses. Subsequently, everyone clearly saw that the purple-clad young man who was originally motionless had suddenly disappeared from his original spot and appeared even higher up in the sky. As he stood there, his purple robes fluttered in the wind, making loud noises. He looked very dashing. Soon after, they realized something else. Unlike the purple-clad young man who looked dashing, the Hidden Fog Island's core disciple, Chen Ji, who they thought would definitely win, was now in a sorry state. At this moment, Chen Ji was covering his mouth with one hand and pressing his crotch with the other. At this moment, blood was spurting out from these two places. The blood splattered across the sky and formed dazzling red roses. At this moment, many people felt chills running down their spines. At this moment, they finally realized why Chen Ji was screaming in such a shrill voice. It turned out that his mouth and crotch were mangled. It was a mess of flesh and blood. Judging from Chen Ji's slurred voice when he opened his mouth and spurted out blood and the injuries on his crotch, it was obvious that these two places were completely crippled. While Chen Ji was screaming in pain, his eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he saw Duan Lingtian as an enemy who had killed his father and taken his wife. For someone like him who was unhappy without women, it was difficult for him to accept this fact. He had been turned into a eunuch by his opponent's sword. Moreover, he was a mute eunuch. He was filled with hatred. However, although he was filled with hatred, there was nothing he could do to his opponent. "You're dead. You're dead. My father won't let you go. My father won't let you go." Chen Ji kept threatening Duan Lingtian through voice transmission as he glared at him. At this moment, the group of people who were watching finally regained their senses. As expected, there was an uproar in the crowd. Chen Ji is no match for him. It seems like he was hiding his strength earlier. Oh my God! Could it be that he deliberately hid his strength just for this moment? If that's the case, did he lose to Thundercloud Peak's Lan Bai on purpose? Isn't it obvious enough? Lan Bai can't even win against Chen Ji. How could she win against someone who's obviously stronger than Chen Ji? He's really ruthless. Not only did he cripple Chen Ji's mouth, but he also crippled his manhood. I can understand why he crippled Chen Ji's manhood. However, why did he cripple Chen Ji's mouth? The surrounding crowd discussed animatedly. Many of them were filled with doubts as they wondered why Duan Lingtian would cripple Chen Ji's mouth. He's actually so strong. On Thundercloud Peak's side, Lan Bai's expression changed drastically as she broke out in cold sweat. She knew very well in her heart. If the purple-clad young man did not lose to her on purpose, she would most likely be dead. If the purple-clad young man was willing, he could have killed her in just one move. However, why did he lose to me on purpose? Could it be that he wanted to hide his strength from Chen Ji? The doubts in Lan Bai's heart grew. This reason did not seem to make any sense. Chen Ji did not know how strong she was in the beginning. Therefore, even if Duan Lingtian defeated her at that time, Chen Ji would not be afraid. However, while Lan Bai couldn't figure it out, Zhou Yi could. This Duan Lingtian must have lost to Lan Bai on purpose to bait me. He wants to kill me. Zhou Yi's face was gloomy. He could guess the reason why Duan Lingtian lost to Lan Bai on purpose. Naturally, Zhou Yi did not know Duan Lingtian already knew the Devil Seal tablet was in his hands. He only thought Duan Lingtian wanted to take revenge. Fortunately, he encountered Chen Ji first. Otherwise, if he encountered me first, I'd definitely be dead. Zhou Yi did not doubt this at all. At this moment, Zhou Yi felt a lingering fear in his heart. At the same time, he looked at Qin Ji, whose mouth and manhood were crippled. If that's the case, I should thank Qin Ji instead. I'm dead. Your father won't let me go. When Duan Lingtian heard Qin Ji's threat, he smiled brilliantly. Chapter 1301. You. What are you trying to do? Qin Ji's mouth was mangled and he could not speak. However, this did not mean that he could not use his voice transmission. When he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian, his face was filled with fear. Where was the arrogance from before? Duan Lingtian did not speak. He used his actions to answer Qin Ji's question. Whoosh! 4 swords flew out at the same time. They were so fast that most people could only hear the sound of the swords whistling through the air. Only a few people could hear the complete sound of the swords whistling through the air. Poof! 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 Blood splattered all over Qin Ji's body. Hideous bloody holes appeared on both his arms and legs at the same time. This scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Qin Ji, on the other hand, let out a series of blood-curdling screams. However, because his mouth was mangled, his screams were extremely strange. One could tell from his trembling body and hideous expression that he was in great pain. It was a heart-wrenching pain. Although he hated Duan Lingtian, he did not glare at Duan Lingtian like before. He only had one thought left in his mind. I don't want to die. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Qin Ji endured the inhumane pain as he looked at Duan Lingtian and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to him. However, Duan Lingtian seemed as if he did not hear it. He raised the sword in his hand unhurriedly, and his eyes flickered with an icy cold light that did not contain any emotion. Why isn't Qin Ji admitting defeat? Many of the onlookers were stunned. The situation was so clear, yet Qin Ji still refused to admit defeat. Was he looking for death? That's not right. Qin Ji's mouth has been mangled. It's difficult for him to admit defeat now. That's right. Even if he sends a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to admit defeat, Duan Lingtian can still continue to kill him. He can just say that he did not hear it. Soon, many people realized what was going on. No wonder he wanted to rip Qin Ji's mouth apart. He was afraid that Qin Ji would admit defeat. If he wanted to kill Qin Ji, he would have done so a long time ago. Now, it's obvious that he wants to slowly torture Qin Ji before killing him. He twisted Qin Ji's mouth because he was worried that Qin Ji would admit defeat. Many people had guessed this. Thinking of this, many people only felt a chill rise from the soles of their feet, straight to their heads. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their faces and eyes were full of fear. The whispers of the crowd fell into Qin Ji's ears, causing him to come back to his senses. At that moment, Qin Ji turned his head to look at the third island master of the hidden fog island with much difficulty. While enduring the inhumane pain, he said through voice transmission, "Third island master, save me. Save me. I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Qin Ji continuously sent voice transmissions, and his tone was filled with anxiety. Whoosh! Just as Qin Ji was pleading for help from the third island master, a sword ray pierced through the sky and sliced him into 2. The whole process was clean and tidy. At that moment, the sky above the vast and boundless sea was dead silent. Although there were many people, it was as calm as the sea. Splash! Splash! When the 2 halves of Qin Ji's body fell to the ground, the sound of 2 bodies falling into the water finally woke the crowd up. Before that, Duan Lingtian did not forget to collect the spoils of war. He put away the spatial ring and quasi-royal grade spirit sword in Qin Ji's hands one by one without leaving anything behind. As the only son of the second island master of the hidden fog island, Qinji must have many good things in his hands. The third island master looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Although he did not plan to pay attention to Qinji's voice transmission, the speed at which he killed Qinji was faster than the speed at which he reacted. Even if he wanted to save Qinji, it was already too late, let alone the fact that he did not plan to save Qinji. How dare you kill the only son of the second island master? The third island master sized up Duan Lingtian. His heart was filled with shock and joy at the same time. This was because he had wanted Qinji to die since a long time ago. However, due to the promise he made to the first island master, he could not touch Qinji. Now that there was someone who could do it for him, it was only natural that he was happy. The young man standing nearby, the third island master's grandson, had a bright smile on his face. In the end, he laughed a little crazily. Qinji is dead, Qinji is dead. Qinji is finally dead. Kai, did you see that? After killing Qinji, Duan Lingtian was considered to have entered the top 10. Third Island Master, the Hidden Fog Martial Competition's rule that allows killing is set by the Hidden Fog Island. I know Qinji is the only son of the second Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. You won't seek revenge from me because of his death, right? Duan Lingtian looked at the third Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island from afar and asked when he returned to Lingxian Peak and the rest. Of course not. The third Island Master shook his head. The Hidden Fog Martial Competition is a matter of life and death. Even if my grandson and my direct disciple died in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition, I won't seek revenge from the person who killed them. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded nonchalantly. Whoosh. At the same time, an uproar broke out among the crowd. I can't believe he killed Qinji. Although he killed Qinji in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition and has a valid reason. Even if the second Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island doesn't kill him openly, he'll definitely kill him secretly to avenge his only son. This Duan Lingtian is crazy. Apart from shock, the gazes that fell on Duan Lingtian were filled with pity. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian had the audacity to kill the only son of the second Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island. He was digging his own grave. It was impossible for him to survive. However, was Duan Lingtian really crazy? Naturally, he was not crazy. There are so many people here. Even if the second Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island finds out about this, he won't be able to kill me. I'll bring Kerr and little Fei away from here after I obtain the 10 Saint Stones. As long as I'm far away from the Hidden Fog Island, why would I be afraid of the second Island Master of the Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. He was not a reckless person. Since he chose to kill Qinji, he had a plan to deal with everything. Of course, this was only his current plan. He really killed Qinji. This means that the powerhouse from the Hidden Fog Island won't help him anymore. After the Hidden Fog Martial Competition ends, I'll follow him and kill him. Chilling Emperor Wu's eyes gleamed coldly. And the two little bitches next to him. I'll kill them as well. Could this brat be a demon emperor? This doesn't seem like something the cowardly human Emperor Wu would do. Demon Emperor Man Wu guessed in shock. The Shifter Emperor was formed from the cultivation of a shifter. A demon, on the other hand, was a demon beast. Compared to humans, demon beasts were more hot-tempered. Even if they possessed intelligence that was not inferior to humans, they were not as docile as humans. That was why Demon Emperor Man Wu guessed so. He's Emperor Wu. At this moment, Qing Xian Emperor Wu who was next to him spoke calmly. He's a human. Demon Emperor Man Wu was shocked. He's not just a human. He's an extremely talented human. Qing Xian Emperor Wu said. Qing Xian, you know him. Demon Emperor Man Wu was stunned. Qing Xian Emperor Wu only smiled and did not answer Demon Emperor Man Wu. Damn it! How did this Duan Lingtian become so strong? Zhou Yi's expression was extremely ugly. With his strength, it's impossible for me to suppress him and force him to tell me the secret of the mysterious stone tablet. If it's something else, I can ask Laming Emperor Wu to help me. However, this is related to the mysterious stone tablet. I can't ask Laming Emperor Wu to help me. Zhou Yi knew very well. Once Martial Emperor Lei Ming found out about the profundity of the mysterious stone tablet in his hand, he would definitely take it for himself. That was not something he wanted to see. If that's the case, I can only give up. Zhou Yi made up his mind with difficulty. The choice he was facing now was like a beggar who had not eaten for a few days and suddenly saw a delicious roast chicken. Just as he was about to eat the roast chicken, someone told him that there was poison in the roast chicken. If he ate it, he would die from the poison. At this time, he could only choose to give up. Brother Ling Tian, you're too impulsive. Yang Hui smiled bitterly. I won't allow anyone to profane my woman. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said nonchalantly. His tone was firm. Ke and Li Fei stood next to Duan Lingtian. When they heard Duan Lingtian's words, their eyes were filled with tenderness. They leaned on Duan Lingtian's sides and held Duan Lingtian's arms. They were willing to live and die with their man. The Hidden Fog martial competition will continue. At this moment, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island announced the continuation of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Perhaps he was affected by the bloody scene earlier. In the following battles, the participants did not seem to hold back anymore. They attacked with all their might, and all of them were killing moves. Soon, a few of Emperor Wu's powerhouses died. Innate ability. Suddenly, an exclamation came and woke up Duan Lingtian, who seemed to be resting with his eyes closed. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, and with a single glance, he noticed that a black lotus had shot out from between the black-clothed young man's brows and flashed towards his opponent. The black lotus shot through the air and spun continuously as it shot out. Faced with the menacing black lotus, the black-clad young man's opponent, a blue-clad middle-aged man, hurriedly activated his energy to block it. However, the defensive barrier formed by his energy could not stop the black lotus at all. The black lotus passed through the defensive barrier without any resistance. The defensive barrier was still in place, but the black lotus had already entered the blue-clad middle-aged man's body. Although it did not leave any wounds on his body, it still made his body tremble. In the next moment, he fell silently with his eyes wide open. It's a soul attack innate ability. Duan Lingtian was shocked. The Black Lotus was the black-clad young man's innate ability. It was activated by his spiritual energy and was a spiritual energy attack. In other words, it was a soul attack. Unless an ordinary Emperor Wu's powerhouse specialized in soul attacks, it would be difficult for them to deal with an opponent who was also an Emperor Wu's powerhouse with soul attacks. However, it was different for those who possessed soul attack innate ability. Chapter 1302. The innate divine ability that attacked the soul was powerful and strange. Once it was cast, it would kill anyone who did not have a higher cultivation base and spiritual energy than him. Most importantly, the origin energy and profundity could not block the soul attack because they were two different types of energy. The soul attack was more illusory. The origin energy and profundity, on the other hand, were real energy. They were both Emperor Wu Realm Level 2 martial artists, and they were evenly matched in the beginning. However, when the black-clad young man cast his innate divine ability, he killed his opponent in just a blink of an eye. What a terrifying innate divine ability! That's the innate divine ability that attacks the soul. It's impossible to defend against it. Unless one's spiritual energy is higher than his, it's impossible to escape death if one encounters him. Even if one's spiritual energy is higher than his, as long as it's not too much higher, he can still use his innate divine ability to heavily injure his opponent's soul. He can then defeat his opponent when his opponent is in a daze. The spectators reacted and discussed among themselves. They looked at the black-clad young man with fear in their eyes. It was exactly as they had said. Later on, when the black-clad young man entered the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition, he encountered a level 3 Emperor Wu realm level 3 martial artist. Although his innate divine ability did not kill his opponent, it affected his opponent. When his opponent was affected, the black-clad young man made his move and heavily injured his opponent before defeating him. As expected of a variant. Duan Lingtian exclaimed. I wonder where Qing Xian Emperor Wu got this disciple from. Since the Hidden Fog martial competition started, there have been 3 variants. However, their innate divine abilities are far from his. Yang Hui could not help but sigh. Zhou Yi. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw Zhou Yi enter the ring. However, Zhou Yi's opponent was a level 2 Emperor Wu realm level 2 martial artist. His opponent defeated him easily. Zhou Yi, why didn't you use your quasi-royal grade spirit weapon? After Zhou Yi lost the qualification to enter the top 10, he returned to Emperor Wu's side. This caused Emperor Wu to be displeased. In his opinion, Zhou Yi did not use his quasi-royal grade spirit weapon because he did not use his full strength. Master, even if I use a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon, I'm still no match for him. Zhou Yi said with a bitter smile. Of course, he was just looking for an excuse. The reason he did not use the stone tablet in his hand that was comparable to a quasi-royal grade spirit weapon was because he was worried he would expose it to Duan Lingtian. He did not want to be targeted by Duan Lingtian. At the very least, he did not want to let Duan Lingtian know that the stone tablet was in his possession before he knew the secret behind it. Not to mention that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, it would be easy for him to snatch the stone tablet from him. Even if he had the protection of Emperor Wu, once the other party became enraged and told the Emperor Wu about the secret of the steel, as well as the fact that he possessed the steel in his hands would definitely be taken away by the Emperor Wu. That was not what he wanted to see. He did not want the steel that he had painstakingly obtained to be taken away by the Thunder Emperor Wu. Only he knew how great of a price he had paid for that steel. As time went by, the top 10 people in the Hidden Fog martial competition, including Duan Lingtian, were determined. As Yang Hui's first direct disciple, Zhou Di did not make it to the top 10 from Lingxian Peak. He had no fate with the Saint Stone. Although Lingxian Emperor Wu was a little disappointed, he did not blame Zhou Di. This was because many of the people who participated in the Hidden Fog martial competition today had entered the Emperor Wu stage. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was the only one from Lingxian Peak who made it to the top 10. Among the people from Qiuli Mountain, Emperor Wu's disciples under Emperor Wu, only one of them made it to the top 10. It was Dong Hu. Su Rong was the only one from Yuhan Valley who made it to the top 10. Lan Bai was the only one from Thundercloud Peak who made it to the top 10. There were a total of 2 people under Qing Xian Emperor Wu's command, including the black-clad young man who knew the innate ability of soul attack, who made it to the top 10. On Cloud Continent, there were a total of 6 human martial artists who made it to the top 10 of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Of course, there was another human martial artist who made it to the top 10. She was the direct disciple of the 3rd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island. She was the pale-faced young woman who had a bloody attack. The remaining 3 spots were occupied by 1 Demon Emperor powerhouse from Hidden Fog Island and 2 Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent. One of the 2 Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent was the direct disciple of Demon Emperor Man Wu. Everyone, the Hidden Fog martial competition is coming to an end. The 3rd round of the martial competition, which is also the last round, will determine the ranking of the top 10. As the 3rd Island Master of Hidden Fog Island spoke at a moderate pace, the atmosphere in the surroundings was ignited. Many people widened their eyes as they looked forward to the start of the 3rd round of the martial competition. There would be a brutal elimination battle in the 3rd round of the martial competition. Soon after, those who made it to the top 10 of the Hidden Fog Martial Competition each obtained 9 special tokens from the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. The rules of the last round of the martial competition were simple. Any one of them could issue a challenge to the other 9. Once they defeated their opponent, they would be able to obtain a token from their opponent, and so on and so forth. Only by defeating 9 people and obtaining 9 tokens would one be able to obtain the first place in the Hidden Fog Martial Competition. Apart from that, the other 8 people who have just fought can't challenge them in the next round. These are the rules of the third round of the martial competition. The third island master of Hidden Fog Island continued. There's one more thing that I forgot to tell all of you. Nobody is allowed to kill each other in the third round of the martial competition. With your abilities, it shouldn't be difficult for you to do that. If you kill someone, not only will you lose the right to continue participating in the Hidden Fog martial competition, but your cultivation base will also be crippled. I hope all of you won't make a mistake. When the third island master of Hidden Fog Island reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of threat in his tone. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the third round of the Hidden Fog martial competition, which was also the last round of the martial competition, officially began. The 10 people, including Duan Lingtian, stood in different places with cold gazes. For a long time, nobody made the first move. Gradually, many of the onlookers became impatient. Why isn't it starting yet? Aren't we allowed to rest for the next round after a battle? Why are all of you so inactive? Quick! If this continues, the sky will turn dark soon. More and more people urged Duan Lingtian and the other 9 people to make the first move. Although Duan Lingtian heard the urging, he did not care about it at all. It was as though he had turned a deaf ear to them. However, there were still people who could not take it anymore and made the first move. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a burly figure flew out and made the first move. It was Dong Hu, the direct disciple of the master of Chioli Mountain, Emperor Wu. He had fought with Duan Lingtian before and was defeated by Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he did not even look at Duan Lingtian after he made the first move. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Su Rong, the direct disciple of Emperor Wu in Yuhan Valley. She was also the only direct disciple in Yuhan Valley who had entered Emperor Wu's level. As the only one among the 10 who had advanced to the first stage of Emperor Wu's level, Dong Hu's strength was proven. This Su Rong. Her cultivation of Han Bing's divine sword technique is not bad. Dong Hu won't last more than 30 breaths if he goes up against her. Duan Lingtian had seen Su Rong's attack earlier. Naturally, he could tell the depth of her strength. As for Dong Hu, he had fought with him before and knew his strength better than anyone else. As someone who had merged with the memories of Emperor Wu from reincarnation, Duan Lingtian's judgment was far better than an ordinary person's. It was just as he had expected. After Su Rong and Dong Hu fought for more than 20 breaths, Su Rong defeated Dong Hu and obtained one of Dong Hu's tokens. She became the first person to possess 10 tokens at the same time. As for Dong Hu, who had lost 1 token and only had 8 tokens left, he had a bitter expression on his face. Based on the current situation, I might be at the bottom this time. Dong Hu smiled bitterly to himself. Although he felt helpless, he knew that he had to accept the fact. After Su Rong defeated Dong Hu, the second battle continued. As Dong Hu was the first to issue a challenge, the second person went up very quickly. It was one of the 2 people under Qing Xian Emperor Wu who had entered the top 10. It was the young man in black who knew how to attack the soul. You. After the young man in black left the arena, the first person he chose was Lan Bai from Thundercloud Peak. Lan Bai did not look too good after being chosen by him. This was because she had no chance of winning against him. Fortunately, killing was prohibited in the third round of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Otherwise, she would not have the guts to fight with the young man in black. This was because all of the young man's opponents had died before this. Those who were weaker were killed by his origin energy and profundity. Those who were stronger were killed by his soul attack innate ability. Lan Bai had just left the arena. Before she could make a move, she was affected by the young man in black's innate ability. She was stunned for a moment before she was sent flying by the young man in black. She was severely injured. The young man in black had obtained one of Lan Bai's tokens. The Hidden Fog martial competition continued. The next person to enter the arena was the direct disciple of the third island master of Hidden Fog Island. She was the young lady who had been ruthless and bloody since the beginning. Before this, none of her opponents survived as well. However, killing was prohibited in this round of the martial competition. Unless she wanted her cultivation base to be destroyed, she would not kill anymore. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. He noticed that the young lady's gaze was on him. She wants to challenge me first. Duan Lingtian immediately became alert. However, the young lady's gaze quickly shifted to the other direct disciple of Qing Xian's Emperor Wu. She locked her gaze on him and wanted to challenge him. Although they were both at Emperor Wu Realm Level 3, the battle between the two revealed who was stronger very quickly. Chapter 1303. The last round of the Hidden Fog martial arts competition was getting more and more intense. After a while, someone took the initiative to challenge Duan Lingtian. Among the 10 people in the top 10, there were 3 people who were feared the most. They were the young man in black under Qing Xian Emperor Wu, the direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, and Duan Lingtian. Therefore, very few people took the initiative to challenge them. However, the young man in black and the direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, the young lady, took the initiative to choose their opponents many times. They fought more frequently than Duan Lingtian. Because of this, Duan Lingtian did not participate in the first round. However, in the end, there were still people who chose him. Dong Hu. Currently, he had lost to 6 people. The remaining 3 people, including Duan Lingtian, were the 3 people who were feared the most. Although the young man in black under Qing Xian Emperor Wu's command had a weaker cultivation base, his innate gift of soul attack was extremely mysterious. He could often catch people off guard. The direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, the young lady, attacked cleanly. Her strength was comparable to an ordinary level for Emperor Wu. Until now, both of them had not lost a single battle. As for Duan Lingtian, he had not taken the initiative to participate in the battle even once. Nobody had challenged him, so naturally, he had not lost a single battle. Dong Hu's challenge was the first time someone had challenged him. This Dong Hu is really bold. That's right. He even dares to challenge Duan Lingtian from Lingxian Peak. He's really looking for death. The scene of Duan Lingtian killing Chen Ji was still vivid in their minds. Therefore, more people thought that Dong Hu was looking for death by challenging Duan Lingtian. Perhaps Duan Lingtian would not kill him due to the rules of the last round. However, he would definitely not end well. However, after Dong Hu challenged Duan Lingtian, before Duan Lingtian could make a move, what happened next was out of everyone's expectations. I admit defeat. A moment ago, Dong Hu had challenged Duan Lingtian, but before the Duan Lingtian could leave the arena, he had admitted defeat. This was the first time something like this had happened in the last round of the Hidden Fog martial competition. The challenger admitted defeat in a clean manner. Immediately, some people secretly scolded Dong Hu for being a coward, while others secretly praised Dong Hu for being sensible. In any case, the Duan Lingtian had won a match and obtained a token. The number of tokens in his hand had increased from 9 to 10. At the same time, among the remaining 8 people, there were a few who could only challenge Duan Lingtian. Like Dong Hu, they had no choice. The second person to challenge Duan Lingtian was the female disciple of Thundercloud Peak, Lan Bai. Lan Bai, whose cultivation base was at the second level of Emperor Wu realm, had fought with the Duan Lingtian before, but because the Duan Lingtian intentionally went easy on her, she obtained the final victory. I hope you'll give it your all in this battle. Lan Bai stared at the Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice. The fact that the Duan Lingtian had easily killed the opponent who had defeated her and purposely lost to her had attracted a lot of gossip that enraged her. Although she knew she was no match for the Duan Lingtian, she still hoped to be defeated fair and square. She had her dignity. Give it my all. The Duan Lingtian raised his brows and looked deeply at Lan Bai. When he saw the seriousness in the girl's eyes, he nodded. I will. The Duan Lingtian had given Lan Bai enough respect in this battle. He did not use any spirit weapon and attacked with his full strength. Before Lan Bai could react, she was sent flying by the Duan Lingtian. She was severely injured and defeated. It was clean and neat. Apart from the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island and the group of elders who came to watch the show, only the group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from the Cloud Continent could see Duan Lingtian's movements clearly. This little fellow. He was still holding back when he fought with Qinji earlier. Demon Emperor Man Wu was shocked. Compared to the shock on Demon Emperor Man Wu's face, Qing Xian Emperor Wu was much calmer. He watched calmly from the beginning until the end. Thank you. Although Lan Bai was severely injured and defeated by the Duan Lingtian, she did not resent the Duan Lingtian at all. After thanking him, she retreated. How? How did this Duan Lingtian become so powerful? Zhou Yi's expression was grave. As a Thundercloud Peak disciple, he knew Lan Bai's strength very well. However, someone as powerful as Lan Bai was not a match for the Duan Lingtian. For a moment, Zhou Yi felt a chill run up from the bottom of his feet to his head. At this moment, he felt even more fortunate that he did not fight with the Duan Lingtian before Qinji fought with the Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Brother Lingtian's strength, Yang Hui was shocked. Although he knew that Duan Lingtian was powerful, he thought that Duan Lingtian had used all his strength when he fought with Qinji. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to still be holding back. Brother Lingtian's current strength. I'm afraid he's not weaker than me. Yang Hui's heart trembled as this thought appeared in his mind. Once this thought appeared, it was difficult to suppress. How long has it been? Brother Lingtian has already grown to such a level. Yang Hui's heart was filled with shock. Apart from Ke and Li Fei, the Emperor Wu of Yuhan was not surprised by Duan Lingtian's strength. With his strength, only the variant under the Qing Xian Emperor Wu and the direct disciple of the Third Island Master of Hidden Fog Island can threaten him. Yesterday, the Emperor Wu of Yuhan had fought with Duan Lingtian. Therefore, she had a certain understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength. Of course, if she knew that the person who broke her heaven and earth wipeout was not the red-robed old man but Duan Lingtian, she would not think that way. After defeating Lan Bai, Duan Lingtian returned to the two little girls' side. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something inside. During the battle with Lan Bai's valiant figure reminded him of Feng Tianwu. Wasn't Tianwu taken away by the first revered elder of Hidden Fog Island? Logically speaking, she should be here since the Hidden Fog Island is hosting such a lively event. However, from the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian did not see any trace of Feng Tianwu. Brother Yang, do you know the first revered elder of Hidden Fog Island? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Yang Hui. Of course I do. Yang Hui nodded. The first revered elder of Hidden Fog Island used to be a famous Emperor Wu powerhouse on our Cloud Continent. His title was Crimson Flame, and people called him Crimson Flame Emperor Wu. He was considered a powerhouse of the older generation. When he was famous in the inner land of Cloud Continent, I had just broken through to the martial monarch stage. Why are you suddenly asking about him? Yang Hui asked curiously. Have you seen him before? Duan Lingtian asked again. I've seen him once. Yang Hui nodded. Is he among the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders who are watching? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he asked in anticipation. Although he did not know what Duan Lingtian wanted to do, Yang Hui still looked at the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders who were standing in the distance and glanced at them one by one. He's not. In the end, Yang Hui shook his head. Duan Lingtian was instantly disappointed. It seems like Tian Wu really didn't come. Perhaps she's in closed-door cultivation now. Duan Lingtian guessed. The last round of the Hidden Fog martial competition was still ongoing. Since the others had no choice, they could only challenge Duan Lingtian one after another. Duan Lingtian did not reject any of them and defeated them one by one. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian obtained another 5 tokens. Including the tokens that Donghu from Chioli Mountain and Lanbai from Thundercloud Peak contributed, he had obtained a total of 7 tokens. As long as he obtained 2 more tokens, he would be ranked first in the Hidden Fog martial competition today. At the same time, the black-clad young man under Qing Xian Emperor Wu and the direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island had obtained 7 tokens each. In the last round of the martial competition, any 2 people could only fight 1 round each. Therefore, obtaining 7 tokens meant that the 3 of them had defeated 7 people each. The top 3 of the Hidden Fog martial competition today are out. Many people had anticipation on their faces as they looked forward to the start of the battle for the top 3. As for the ranking from 4th to 10th, it was out now. After the Hidden Fog martial competition ended, they would hand in their tokens and the ranking would be announced. The group of people who were watching formed a circle in the air. In the middle of the void, there were 3 people standing in a triangular formation. The 3 of them stood there calmly as though they would not be affected even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of them. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Finally, the direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, the ruthless young lady, took a step forward. Her eyes immediately locked onto Duan Lingtian. She's going to challenge Duan Lingtian? Immediately, many people's hearts moved as they guessed. Duan Lingtian was the only one who did not think the young lady would take the initiative to challenge him. This was because he did not see any battle intent in the young lady's eyes when she looked at him. I'm grateful that you've avenged my junior sister. Although I won't go easy on you, I won't challenge you for the time being. Get ready. I'll fight you after I defeat him. A gloomy voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the voice was strange and sufficient to cause one's hair to stand on end. However, Duan Lingtian did not show any change in his expression as he nodded at the young lady. Naturally, it was only on the surface that he did not show any change. His heart was filled with shock. Now, he finally understood why the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island was not angry when he witnessed Chen Ji being killed by him. Instead, he was calm. It turned out that Chen Ji had harmed his female disciple before. Recalling Chen Ji's reputation on the Hidden Fog Island, it was easy for him to guess what Chen Ji had done. If that's the case, I've indeed avenged him. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. East Island of the Hidden Fog Island. I want to see the second island master. An anxious voice came from the sky and broke the silence in the valley. The second island master is in closed-door cultivation. You can tell me if there's anything. An old voice resonated. An old man appeared and stopped the middle-aged man who was falling from the sky with an anxious expression on his face. The middle-aged man had a token with the word "core" carved on it hanging on his waist. Chapter 1304. Ling Yun. On the calm surface of the sea, a young woman with a cold expression stared at the young man opposite her as she spoke slowly. She was introducing herself. The fact that she was introducing herself was enough to show that the opponent in front of her had gained her approval. So her name is Ling Yun. At once, many people from Cloud Continent came to a realization. Leng Yun was the direct disciple of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. She was once in the top 3 of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Anyone whose age could be measured by the age measuring pearl was eligible to participate in the Hidden Fog martial competition. The age measuring pearl could measure the age of a person below the age of 70. As everyone knew, once a human martial artist cultivated to the martial monarch stage, he would be able to retain his youth forever. Therefore, it was not reliable to judge one's age based on appearance alone. As for demon beasts, there was no doubt that it was even more exaggerated. Once a demon beast broke through to the void transformation stage, it was considered as transforming into a demon. It could transform into a human or a human of any age. It could even transform into a 3-year-old child. Wang Yu. The young man, the most powerful person under Qing Xian's Emperor Wu, introduced himself in response to Leng Yun. As soon as Wang Yu's words left his mouth, Leng Yun had already made her move. Under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes, Leng Yun made the first move. Not only did she unleash all of her energy, but a quasi-royal grade spirit claw also appeared and gripped her hand tightly. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian could only hear the ear-piercing sound of sharp weapons tearing through the air wherever Leng Yun passed by. The sharp claws on her hand shot out beams of light and transformed into claw shadows that filled the sky. In just a blink of an eye, Leng Yun arrived in front of Wang Yu. The sharp claws on her hand slashed down menacingly as though they were tearing the sky apart. As someone who was at the 3rd level of Emperor Wu stage, Leng Yun's ability was much stronger than Wang Yu. Wang Yu was only at the 2nd level of Emperor Wu stage. If it was not for the fact that he was a variant and possessed innate divine ability, it was impossible for him to enter the top 3 of the Hidden Fog martial competition. Facing Leng Yun, who was stronger than him and came with a menacing aura, Wang Yu was abnormally calm. When Leng Yun moved and shot towards him like a sharp arrow, he still stood where he was without any intention of dodging. However, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Innate divine power. The moment Leng Yun got close to him, he used his spiritual power to activate his innate ability. The demonic Black Lotus reappeared and faced the menacing Leng Yun head-on. When Leng Yun arrived in front of Wang Yu, the Black Lotus was also very close to her. Leng Yun's pupils suddenly shrank. Now, she was confident that she could severely injure Wang Yu the moment the Black Lotus entered her body. However, because she couldn't kill anyone, she didn't have the confidence to make Wang Yu lose the ability to attack her after severely injuring Wang Yu. So, she chose to avoid it. She's going to lose. Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had seen Leng Yun's situation clearly. If her attack landed, it would not be difficult for her to severely injure Wang Yu. She might even cause Wang Yu to lose the ability to continue fighting. However, she had chosen to avoid it because she was afraid of Wang Yu's innate ability. You can't just dodge an innate ability as you wish. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. This was because in the 2 reincarnations of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he had encountered more than one variant who possessed innate abilities that could attack the soul. Therefore, he knew how terrifying this innate ability was. It was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Leng Yun gave up on attacking Wang Yu. She wanted to avoid it, but she soon regretted it. She discovered that the Black Lotus was not only moving faster and faster, but it was also sticking to her like gangrene. No matter where she dodged, it would follow her closely. Sky-ripping mystic Yin Claw. Soon, Leng Yun also realized that if this continued, she would be the one at a disadvantage. Therefore, she tried to salvage the situation and attacked Wang Yu again. Sharp claws tore through the air, and claw shadows filled the sky. Unfortunately, this time, Wang Yu had already dodged, causing her to miss her target. At this time, the Black Lotus's speed had caught up with Leng Yun's speed. Not only that, but its speed was also increasing. This was the mystery of an innate ability. Once it was used, its speed was not on the same level as the user's own speed. Unless one's strength was much stronger than the variant, it was almost impossible to avoid the innate ability. Duan Lingtian knew this from the memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. It was because of this that he thought Leng Yun would lose. Because of a wrong choice, Leng Yun lost in the end. She was completely defeated. After the Black Lotus increased its speed several times, it finally caught up with her and merged into her body, causing her to be in a daze. Just when she was in a daze, Wang Yu made his move in time and defeated her. Wang Yu won. So this is the power of the soul attack innate ability. What a terrifying innate ability. It's not on the same level as the other variants' assist-type innate abilities. Of course. Today, among the variants who know innate ability, Wang Yu is the only one who entered the top 3. After Wang Yu defeated Leng Yun, many people discussed how terrifying Wang Yu's innate ability was. Master, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Leng Yun returned to the third island master of the hidden fog island and lowered her head guiltily. It's my fault for not warning you. However, you've learned from your mistakes. I hope you'll remember today's lesson. The soul attack innate ability isn't something you can dodge just because you want to. The third island master said. He did not blame Leng Yun at all. At the same time, the third island master said loudly, rest for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the last round of the martial arts competition will continue. Brother Ling Tian, are you confident? Even if I were to fight that Wang Yu, I wouldn't dare to say that I'd be able to defeat him. Yang Hui asked Duan Ling Tian. When he reached the end of his sentence, his face was filled with dread. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Won't you find out when you continue watching? Wang Yu, this Duan Ling Tian isn't simple. If you fight him like how you fought Leng Yun, you'll definitely lose. Wang Yu, who was resting by the side, heard a clear voice transmission by his ears. He could tell that it was the voice of his master, Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Master, I understand. Wang Yu hurriedly replied. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, he muttered, you'd better not lose to Leng Yun. Otherwise, I'll be disappointed. A quarter of an hour passed very quickly. This time, the one who took the initiative to enter the arena was still Leng Yun. After the previous rest, Leng Yun's injuries had completely recovered. Now, Leng Yun could only choose Duan Ling Tian as her opponent. Facing Duan Ling Tian, who flew out and stood opposite her, Leng Yun slowly opened her mouth. Leng Yun. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian replied in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian, I won't show mercy to you just because you've avenged my junior sister. Leng Yun said through voice transmission. As you wish. Duan Ling Tian had a smile on his face as he replied indifferently. His indifference infuriated Leng Yun, causing her eyes to be filled with rage. Subsequently, without any hesitation, she executed her movement technique and charged towards Duan Ling Tian. The quasi-royal grade sharp claw in her hand tore through the air as she executed the sky-ripping Dark Een Claw once again. The sky-ripping Dark Een Claw was a heaven-rank high-grade offensive martial skill, and Leng Yun had already cultivated it to perfection. It was precisely because of this that she could forcefully pull out a person's heart from his chest with her bare hands. Now that she was using the quasi-royal grade sharp claw, the might of the sky-ripping Dark Een Claw had increased to a whole new level. Whoosh! 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 When Leng Yun charged towards Duan Ling Tian, it was as though a huge goshawk was descending. Accompanying it were claw shadows that filled the sky as though she wanted to tear Duan Ling Tian apart. The sharp claw tore through the air and set off a fierce gust of wind. It swept across the sky and enveloped Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's purple robe fluttered along with the wind. Under everyone's gaze, Duan Ling Tian stood in the same spot as he faced Leng Yun's overwhelming attack. He did not move at all. Under the gaze of a group of powerful Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor experts, Duan Ling Tian casually took out a sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword split into 9 swords and revolved around his body. Suddenly, the 9 swords that revolved around Duan Lingtian's body swept out together. 9 Tribulations Sword Control Technique. 9 Dragons Radiant Flash. Facing the claw shadows that were formed by Leng Yun's sky-ripping dark-een claw that seemed to be able to tear everything apart, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. He immediately executed 2 sets of heaven-rank high-grade offensive martial skills. Both sets of heaven-rank high-grade offensive martial skills were not weaker than Leng Yun's sky-ripping dark-een claw. Boom! 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 A series of deafening bangs suddenly rang out. It was Duan Lingtian's attack that collided with Leng Yun's attack. As the bangs rang out, waves of rolling shock waves swept out and raged in all directions. Suddenly, the group of onlookers felt a gust of wind blowing in their faces. Those with weaker cultivations were blown far away. Even more people were blown back by the wind. What a brilliant martial skill! The 2 sets of martial skills that Duan Lingtian had cast, 9 swords in unison that transformed into 81 divine dragons before they shot out 162 ultimate flashes of light, shocking all the martial emperors and demon emperors present at the scene. Bang! Soon, a loud bang rang out and attracted everyone's attention. Many Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor experts clearly saw that after Duan Lingtian blocked Leng Yun's sky-ripping dark-een claw, the sword in his hand shook and the sword body slammed out. The sword body slammed out as if it had the help of God. It was like a huge mountain collapsing, pressing down on Leng Yun. Leng Yun did not have time to react. She was hit by the power of Duan Lingtian's sword body. After a loud bang, she flew out like an arrow from a bow. She was battered and exhausted. Barf! As Leng Yun flew out, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her already pale face became even paler. The outcome was decided. From the moment he confronted Leng Yun to the moment he defeated Leng Yun, Duan Lingtian stood there and did not move his feet at all. This caused the onlookers to be inexplicably shocked. Wang Yu. After defeating Leng Yun, before the onlookers could react, Duan Lingtian looked directly at Wang Yu. The 9 swords merged into one and fell into his hand. Chapter 1305. His feet did not move at all as he used his spiritual energy to wield his sword and cast a sword technique to defeat Leng Yun, who was Emperor Wu's 3rd-level realm martial artist. Duan Lingtian's strength shocked everyone once again. I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to an ordinary martial artist at the 4th level of Emperor Wu realm. Of course. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Leng Yun in such a short time. Numerous burning gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian, and their gazes were filled with surprise and shock. However, their gazes soon changed again. They were filled with anticipation. The 3rd place of the Hidden Fog martial competition today is Leng Yun. Now, all that's left is the final battle between Duan Lingtian and Wang Yu to determine the 1st place. The 1st place of the Hidden Fog martial competition was about to be born. Everyone was looking forward to it. Amazing! Amazing! Demon Emperor Man Wu exclaimed as he looked at Qing Xian Emperor Wu. Qing Xian, Wang Yu is your favorite direct disciple. Do you think he can defeat Duan Lingtian? It's hard to say. Qing Xian Emperor Wu shook his head. Even you don't have confidence in Wang Yu? Demon Emperor Man Wu was stunned. If he's up against someone else, I have confidence in him. However, this Duan Lingtian. When Martial Emperor Qing Xian reached the end of his sentence, he did not continue. However, the way he looked at Duan Lingtian was filled with mixed feelings and dread. He could not see through this purple-clad young man. Everyone's attention was on the 2 young men who were staring at each other. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Yu calmly. This was an anomaly who possessed the innate ability to attack the soul. A bow had appeared in his hand without anyone noticing. The bow was as black as ink, and the bowstring was crimson red. It was surrounded by a crimson mist that emitted a bloody aura. From the looks of it, the sword is not his forte. His forte is the bow. Looking at Duan Lingtian holding a strong bow, Wang Yu thought to himself. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian raised his right hand. Milky white origin energy pulsed, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 5-colored energy that emitted waves of swift and fierce aura. A moment later, the 5-colored power condensed and turned into an arrow. The sword chi around it was oppressive, like a sharp sword instead of an arrow. Let's begin. Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Yu and said calmly. Now, Wang Yu's strength had also skyrocketed, and his movements were not slower than Duan Lingtian's. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he nodded. His eyes suddenly narrowed as wisps of incomparably strange light flickered in them. At the same time, the 5-colored arrow condensed in Duan Lingtian's right hand landed on the bow in his left hand, and he knocked the bowstring. Creak! Creak! With a series of strange sounds, Duan Lingtian pulled the bowstring and drew a full moon. His eyes looked directly at Wang Yu, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Gifted superpower. As Wang Yu's eyes flashed, a black lotus appeared out of thin air. As if it had turned into a black lightning bolt, it shot directly at Duan Lingtian fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the black lotus had crossed half the distance and was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank even further. At the same time, he released the arrow condensed from his own strength in his hand. Colossal aerolite arrow. With a clang, the air in the area where the bowstring vibrated became turbulent, like ripples on the surface of a calm lake caused by a stone. Swoosh! The 5-colored arrow pierced through the air, emitting waves of swift and fierce aura that swept out. Is he out of his mind? When the arrow pierced through the air, there were only 3 people who could clearly see the trajectory of the arrow. This was the first thought that popped up in the minds of 2 of the 3 people. These 2 people were the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island and Demon Emperor Man Wu. As for the 3rd person, it was Qing Xian Emperor Wu. The reason why the 3rd island master of the Hidden Fog Island and Demon Emperor Man Wu lost their composure and even thought that Duan Lingtian had gone mad was because the arrow that Duan Lingtian shot was not aimed at Wang Yu. The arrow pierced through the air and was aimed at the black lotus that was as black as ink. It was also Wang Yu's gifted superpower. Although the remaining group of Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses could not see the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's arrow clearly, they quickly caught a glimpse of it. Soon, they confirmed that the arrow that Duan Lingtian shot was aimed at the black lotus that pierced through the air. Doesn't he know that origin energy and profundity can't touch the gifted superpower? In order to shatter the gifted superpower, one must use extremely powerful spiritual power to succeed. This Duan Lingtian is really out of his mind. Does he think that he can shatter the gifted superpower just like that? In the blink of an eye, many people had the same thought. Most of them were mocking Duan Lingtian for being naive. Some of them even had a mocking smile on their faces. However, the mocking smiles on the corners of their mouths quickly froze. This was because they clearly saw that as the 5-colored arrow pierced through the air, the black lotus was directly shattered and vanished without a trace. How's this possible? The group of people could not help but exclaim. How's this possible? Even Wang Yu, who had cast his gifted superpower to condense the black lotus to attack Duan Lingtian, was stunned. He could not wrap his head around what had just happened. Initially, he already had a plan to deal with Duan Lingtian. After casting his innate ability, he immediately cast his movement martial skill at full speed when Duan Lingtian made his move. He tried his best to avoid Duan Lingtian's attack. As long as he was not defeated by his gifted superpower, he would be invincible. However, at this moment, whoosh! As a gust of wind blew in his face, Wang Yu's expression changed drastically. The energy in his body that had weakened earlier surged again. He wanted to escape immediately. It's too late. At this moment, a voice entered Wang Yu's ears. Although the voice was calm and emotionless, it sounded like the voice of a devil when it entered Wang Yu's ears. It sent chills down his spine. Bang! Soon after, Wang Yu heard a loud bang. It was accompanied by intense pain that spread from his chest to every part of his body. Subsequently, he felt himself flying out as though he was riding on the clouds. The sweetness in his throat became more and more rapid. He could not help but spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. It was none other than the movement martial skill, Dragon's Soaring 9 Heavens, that Duan Ling Tian had cast when Wang Yu was in a daze. He had appeared in front of Wang Yu and struck out with his palm, easily sending him flying. Wang Yu flew for more than 100 meters before he could stabilize himself. He was in a sorry state and his face was even paler. After he took out a healing pill and consumed it, the outcome of the battle was decided. Duan Ling Tian won and obtained the honor of being the champion of the Hidden Fog martial competition. At this moment, the entire place was in an uproar. Especially the people from Lingxian Peak. Everyone from Lingxian Peak, including Emperor Wu Yanghui, had smiles on their faces. No matter what, Duan Ling Tian represented Lingxian Peak in the Hidden Fog martial competition. He shared the honor and disgrace with them. When Duan Ling Tian defeated Wang Yu in a clean manner, everyone's eyes shifted to him in unison. He had become the center of attention in the entire place. Duan Ling Tian is really a monster. That's right. Whether it was defeating Ling Yun or Wang Yu, it didn't take him long. His strength is so strong that it's completely beyond our imagination. To think that Chen Ji wanted to kill him. He's really overestimating himself. The group of onlookers discussed animatedly. The topics revolved around the strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed earlier. Soon after, one of Emperor Wu's powerhouses reacted and exclaimed in a low voice, "I wonder how he managed to break Wang Yu's innate ability." That's right. I still can't figure out that arrow. With just one arrow, he managed to break Wang Yu's innate ability. It's like a stroke of genius. By right, origin energy and profundity shouldn't be able to touch a soul attack innate ability, let alone break it. Duan Lingtian's arrow isn't simple at all. More and more people were shocked by Duan Lingtian's arrow. It was as though the arrow was assisted by God. Some of the people with lower cultivation bases who initially did not see any clues began to realize how amazing Duan Lingtian's performance was when they heard the discussions among Emperor Wu's powerhouses. The arrow skill that he used earlier seems a little familiar, Yuhan's Emperor Wu frowned. She had a feeling that the arrow skill that Duan Ling Tian had used earlier was familiar to her, but she could not recall it at the moment. Naturally, it was not that she could not recall it. It was just that she could not connect the arrow that broke her heaven and earth wipeout with the arrow skill that Duan Ling Tian had used earlier. This was because the arrow yesterday was even more terrifying. It was even more terrifying because Duan Ling Tian had used an arrow that was a royal-grade spirit weapon at the same time. However, he had held back today. He only used his own energy to form an arrow to attack. Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor, who recommended the top 10 participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition, please come forward and collect your rewards. As for the participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition, the top 30 participants will be rewarded in 10 days. Just when most of the people's attention was focused on Duan Ling Tian, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island announced loudly, causing everyone to shift their attention away from Duan Ling Tian. Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor, who recommended the top 10 participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition, immediately took a spatial ring from the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Our rewards will only be given out in 10 days. One of the top 30 participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition frowned unhappily. Just when the top 30 participants of the Hidden Fog martial competition were feeling gloomy, Duan Ling Tian took the spatial ring from Yang Hui. After he dripped his blood on it to claim ownership, he saw 10 little stones shining with white light lying quietly on the ring. These are the saint stones? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I remember there were 2 of these little stones in the spatial ring of Qinji, the only son of the second island master of the hidden fog island. Who is it? Who killed my son? Chapter 1306. Along with the thunderous roar was an old man who was over 70 years old. The old man wore a silver robe and had a majestic look on his face. At this moment, his face was filled with killing intent. The moment the silver-robed old man appeared, everyone present could feel the tension in the air. Second Island Master. The group of Hidden Fog Island's core disciples and Inner Island disciples could not help but exclaim softly when they saw the silver-robed old man. Second Island Master. Second Island Master of Hidden Fog Island. Whether it was the other people from Hidden Fog Island or the group of people from Cloud Continent, all of them knew the identity of the person who had just arrived. It was Chen Bei, the second island master of Hidden Fog Island. He was also the father of the Hidden Fog Island's core disciple, Chen Ji, who was killed not long ago. When they thought of Chen Ji, many people quietly shifted their gaze to Duan Lingtian. The person who killed Chen Ji was Duan Lingtian. You're the one who killed my son. As the second island master of Hidden Fog Island, Chen Bei's observation skills were shocking. In just a blink of an eye, he followed many people's gazes and noticed Duan Lingtian. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes gleamed with killing intent. Duan Lingtian was fine, he had a calm expression as if he wasn't surprised. However, the group of people from Lingxian Peak led by Yang Hui had a change of expression. Even Ke and Li Fei broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. The grudge of his son's death was irreconcilable. They knew very well. The second island master of Hidden Fog Island was here to avenge his son. He wanted to kill me, so why can't I kill him? Duan Lingtian replied calmly in the face of Chen Bei's murderous aura. His face was calm. My son wanted to kill you, so you could only submit to him. That's the wisest choice. You'll be the only one who'll die. Unfortunately, you made the most foolish choice. You killed my son, so I'll kill your entire family. Chen Bei said coldly, after I kill you, I'll kill your family and all of your friends and family. Chen Bei's words caused an uproar. Even the group of people from the Hidden Fog Island felt that Chen Bei was overbearing. If Chen Bei's son wanted to kill someone, the others could only submit. What kind of logic was this? On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's calm expression finally changed and turned gloomy. At this moment, he felt it even more deeply. The strong were respected, and this wasn't just the iron law of Cloud Continent. Even if they left Cloud Continent and came to the overseas Saint Islands, the saying that the strong were respected still applied. Second Island Master. Just as Chen Bei's eyes were filled with killing intent and his silver robe fluttered as he prepared to attack Duan Lingtian, the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island stepped forward and blocked Chen Bei's path. Fanguen, are you trying to stop me? Chen Bei asked coldly as he stared coldly at the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Fang Wen was the name of the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island. Second island master, I know you want to kill him, but there's one thing I need to remind you. He was the champion of the Hidden Fog martial competition. You should know what that means. Fang Wen ignored the cold light in Chen Bei's eyes and said lightly. So what? I only know that he has to pay with his life for killing my son. Right now, I'm not killing him as the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island. I'm killing him as a father. The cold light in Chen Bei's eyes intensified. I won't let anything happen to him as long as I'm here. Fang Wen shook his head. If that's the case, I'll kill you as well. Don't think I don't know. You didn't stop him when he killed my son because you haven't forgotten the grudge from the past. Chen Bei's silver robe fluttered even more violently as the killing intent on his body soared into the sky. What a joke! Apart from the battle for the top 10, the Hidden Fog martial competition doesn't care about life and death. Your son Qinji wasn't the only one who died in the battle for the top 10. Qinji was killed because his skills were inferior. What does that have to do with me? Fang Wen sneered. Boom. Just as Fang Wen's voice fell, Chen Bei could no longer suppress his anger, and it roared out. His silver robe fluttered to the extreme as though it was burning with a silver flame. A vast energy rose around his body and emitted a terrifying aura. The group of powerhouses on Cloud Continent, including Qing Xian Emperor Wu and Demon Emperor Man Wu, had a change of expression. They could clearly sense Chen Bei's powerful strength. He's at least Emperor Wu stage 8th level or above. Demon Emperor Man Wu's heart skipped a beat. Duan Lingtian will definitely die if the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island makes a move. However, it's beyond my expectations that he's here. With the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island stopping him, he shouldn't be able to kill Duan Lingtian in a short time. If that's the case, let me do it for him. Flames of greed burned deep in Emperor Wu's cold eyes. She had never forgotten her goal. She wanted the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand. Right now, his spatial ring doesn't only contain the treasures that he left behind as the reincarnation Emperor Wu in his second life. Earlier, Spirit Profound Emperor Wu also gave him the spatial ring that contained the Saint Stone. That spatial ring was also casually put into his own spatial ring. Perhaps, the others did not notice all of this. However, Cold Emperor Wu had been staring at Duan Lingtian since the beginning. Naturally, she saw everything clearly. Initially, she planned to kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the spatial ring in Duan Lingtian's hand after the crowd dispersed. However, Chen Bei, the second island master of the Hidden Fog Island, had appeared. She had no choice but to make her move first. Now, she was only waiting for the two Hidden Fog Island's island masters to fight. Once they fought, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. At that time, she would kill Duan Lingtian and snatch the Duan Lingtian spatial ring. Cold Emperor Wu could not help but feel excited when she thought of this. Chen Bei, you really dare to make a move. Don't forget why the Hidden Fog martial competition is held today. If you ruin this, the first island master won't let you go. Fang Wen's face turned grave when he saw Chen Bei accumulating his strength and was ready to make a move. Whoosh! 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 Almost as soon as Fang Wen was done speaking, several swift figures appeared and landed beside Fang Wen, blocking Chen Bei's path. Apart from Duan Lingtian, most of the people were shocked by this scene. The group of people who blocked Chen Bei's path with Fang Wen was none other than the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders. Second Island Master, please reconsider. The group of Hidden Fog Island's elders said to Chen Bei in unison. Their voices sounded like a clap of thunder. While most of the people were shocked and confused, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, "It's just as I expected. The Hidden Fog martial competition isn't that simple." In fact, when he heard about the Hidden Fog martial competition, he had already guessed that it would not be that simple. Putting aside the rewards for the participants who ranked first in the Hidden Fog martial competition, Duan Lingtian's imagination ran wild even though the rewards for the referees were enough. The Saint Stone can help an Emperor's stage powerhouse to elevate his cultivation base. You can imagine how precious it is. However, the Hidden Fog Island offered the Saint Stone to tempt the Emperor Wu powerhouses and Demon Emperor powerhouses from Cloud Continent to bring their people to the Hidden Fog martial competition. Who would believe that the Hidden Fog Island has no ulterior motive after going through so much trouble? Duan Lingtian still remembered. When he was still in the southern outer land of Cloud Continent, he had fought for many years for the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and won the honor of being number 1 in the end. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was held by the Skywolf Fort in the northern desert. They used a large number of concept fragments to tempt the young powerhouses of the 10 dynasties to join. The reason why the Skywolf Fort was willing to offer concept fragments and hold the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was because of Emperor Wu's secret treasure. If it was not for Emperor Wu's secret treasure, the Skywolf Fort would not have held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The reason why the Skywolf Fort held the martial competition of the 10 dynasties and offered a large number of concept fragments was because of the Profundity Fragment. The Profundity Fragment in Emperor Wu's secret treasure. With this experience, Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The Hidden Fog Island today was just like the Skywolf Fort back then. The Hidden Fog martial competition today was just like the martial competition of the 10 dynasties back then. Just like the Skywolf Fort, the Hidden Fog Island must have their own agenda. Because of this, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate when he killed Qin Ji. He was not surprised that Chen Bei, the second island master of the Skywolf Fort, would appear and seek revenge from him. In fact, he had expected this to happen. However, he was not worried. This was because he knew that as long as he displayed his value in the Hidden Fog martial competition, he would be valued by the Hidden Fog Island. When that time came, he would be extremely valuable to the Hidden Fog Island. The Hidden Fog Island would not sacrifice him before they achieved their goal of holding the martial competition. Now that he ranked first in the Hidden Fog martial competition with his own strength, he had proven his value to the greatest extent. Therefore, he was not worried that Chen Bei would kill him. Of course, even if the Hidden Fog Island protected him for some reason, he was prepared to leave the Hidden Fog Island quietly after the martial competition ended. He would be free from the Hidden Fog Island's restraints. For some reason, he had a feeling that the Hidden Fog Island's goal was not as simple as the Skywolf Fort's goal back then. He had a bad feeling about this. If he stayed in the Hidden Fog Island and allowed them to do whatever they wanted, something bad might happen to him. Once I leave the Hidden Fog Island, even if I lose the Hidden Fog Island's protection, this Chen Bei might not be able to find me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This was exactly what he had planned from the start. Due to this reason, he did not hesitate when he killed Qin Ji. He did not even show much emotion. He had already thought of a way out. Do you think you can stop me? Chen Bei asked coldly as he stared at the third island master of the Hidden Fog Island, Fang Wen, and the group of Hidden Fog Island's elders. Humph. Just as Chen Bei was about to attack Fang Wen and the others, a cold snort that seemed to come from all directions entered everyone's ears. It made everyone's heart skip a beat. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.